but we acknowledge both of you are here. Not sure if Minister, if
thank you, Chair.
on your side. Yes,
thank you, Chairperson. As we have said, the Deputy Minister is here. She will make the remarks, and then I will come in as the time goes on. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, over to you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, let me start by saying that from the shareholder side, the processes that are unfolding currently, we are also just picking them with ordinary members of South Africa. We did not have a privilege from the board members to be taken through on the developments that are happening, especially or with specific reference to issues of retrenchments. In our last encounter on the 20th of October, where I flighted the key priorities that the department or the shareholder is going to prioritize in assisting the SABC, I cited a number of things. What top on the agenda was for the shareholder to assist the SABC to bring down the cost of labor, that we are engaged in helping the SABC to bring down the cost of signal distribution. And I reported in that meeting that there has been several engagement between ourselves and the SABC and Centec, looking at various options that can be done. And there was a scenario painted by the SABC to show how some of the signal distribution are very costly, especially in sparsely related areas. There was a comparison that was made between Johannesburg as a densely populated area and Makanda, a village that is sparsely populated in the Eastern Cape. And then we also said, we are urgently looking at policy and legislative reforms. We had an engagement with ICASA to look specifically on issues of reviewing the must carry rule and even proposing the must carry must pay as an option that ICASA should look at, the sports rights, including addressing other issues, where we even said to the Portfolio Committee, the audio and audio-visual white paper is out, which is also an enabler to deal with the issues that confront the SABC. I also referred to the Broadcasting Act, the amendments that are in the pipeline. The minister presented to the Cabinet Committee, and they were referred back so that the legal minds in the Department of Justice should be able to assist us on some of the areas that ministers and deputy ministers in that meeting raised. I said to the committee, the TV license regime has to be relooked at to consider the new OTT platform and expanded use of new devices beyond the TV. And if I may steal from the words of Professor Justine Limpet-Law, when she made a comment when the audio and audiovisual white paper was engaged on, she said, maybe one of the things that we should look at is to introduce public media levy, because if we reduce the TV license as it is, other contents are consumed on OTT platforms and other devices, and we may lose an opportunity in getting revenue from that. And this is another mechanism that we're looking at. The other aspect was to say, let's help to increase the investment in content for the SABC. And part of what I even said on that day was that options of looking at a dedicated education channel and a dedicated health channel, so that even through our minister, an engagement is secured between the Minister of Education and Minister of Health to look at the modalities around that. I raised the issue of the unfunded mandate, that we have to find a way to engage with Treasury on how to navigate this and look at the baseline that the SABC is being allocated for, and then see if we can have grant funding that can look at specifically unfunded mandate of the SABC. And I said, through the committee, we can be able to lobby strongly on some of these things, because the unfunded mandate has been one of the things that has been a thorn on the flesh of the SABC. Now, I said to the committee, having listed all these issues that we are going to do, the only pillar that we have not engaged, have started engaged with the SABC, it's on the human capital. It is on the human capital precisely because, and remember, Chair, there was a meeting of the 21st of July where I said to the committee, I asked the SABC to suspend the retrenchment process because the unions felt very strong that the process is flawed, certain steps were missed, and therefore the process should be consultative and transparent and. Now, with regard to this, and I want to be very explicit, Chair, we are aware of the Treasury conditionalities with regard to issues of personnel. And we are together with the SABC to say, what are the best options? Part of it, and fortunately, this process has not just started this year, it emanated from 2018. And central to it, we said, let's do the skills audit. Let's look at the natural attrition potential that we have. But also as we look at the jobs that may be affected by this, let's disclose the categories of jobs where there is duplication, where there is redundancy, and then we're able to look at all these things accordingly. And to our surprise, as the shareholder, we're still under the impression that the process of engagement between the stakeholders in the SABC is unfolding. And unfortunately, the contrary is happening because the SABC is continuing with their retrenchment. We are mindful of the fact that board members have fiduciary duties, they have a responsibility, will always advise, but there's also a responsibility of the board from time to time to brief the shareholder on the developments. And that has not taken place. Now, one of the things that I thought we were going to do with the SABC was to say, let's look at our financial situation currently, just on HR. You are contemplating downsizing between 600 and 400, or maybe let me be specific and say they are speaking in the region of 400. Now, if we're talking about downsizing 400 personnel, how many of the people that you want to downsize fall under the natural attrition? And if not, why can't we look at the natural attrition process without forcing people to go on voluntary severance package, but also say, here's an advantage for us to be able to mitigate on some of the numbers that confront us, and then we deal with that. And then look at the new revenue streams that the SABC are contemplating and say there's a potential value that this revenue streams will bring. Now, what that value that the potential revenue stream will it not also mitigate on some of the issues that the cost containment on personnel? That's one of the things that we would also look at. Our worry, Chair, why we want and why we want some of these things to be done accordingly is to avoid litigations and other labor relations issues and the unfortunate situation that the SABC from time to time finds itself in when they lose many of these cases. And I'm on record, Chair, saying from here going forward, if the SABC board or the executive cases are lost, it can't be at the expense of the entity while we're saying the entity is bleeding. And I'm saying one of the things we'll have to do is that if cases are lost and they appeal and they lose, somebody must pay, and they must pay from their pocket. Now, if you go back to that busy slide that they presented of red, green, and amber, there are areas where the SABC has also shown the provinces in orange, the PFMA in orange, and so on. We clarified the issue of the PFMA. We said this is not unique to you. The Treasury is working on it to improve the PFMA so that it can allow SOEs to trade without barriers and mitigate on some of these things, because the situation is not unique to them only. But if you look at provinces and how the proposal for provinces, and we are picking it up, it's not yet presented to us, and I'll speak under correction of merging provinces. Is it the right way to go? We are comparing the SABC as a public broadcaster with BBC, which has a single language. SABC South Africa has 12 languages, sign language being the 12th. We also cannot compare SABC with MultiChoice, which is a platform, and we are a production organization. So I'm saying, Chair, we are mindful of all the challenges that the SABC is faced with. We are committed to assisting the SABC. My biggest problem, Chair, is the engagements that are there between the shareholder and the SABC that are done not in good faith. And I'm saying not in good faith because we have been hard at work extending an olive branch, not doing the SABC a favor because we are obliged by law as the shareholder to support and give assistance. Neither are we there as the department to interfere and undermine the role that the board has to play. But on issues of this magnitude, of national interest, clearly and surely we have to take each other on board and then be able to say, from here, where to? Treasury is there to be engaged. Everybody is there to be engaged. And we have to find common ground to say, how do we take all these things given in the 6 months or the 3 months or whatever months where the SABC is saying, if this is not done, we will not be able to pay salaries. That report is not yet here. And how do we then go about knock and ask for assistance if that process is not done? Mindful of the fact that our engagement with trade unions also, with yourselves and trade unions even presenting to you, was that the process was flawed, the process was not transparent, and we are not here to represent trade unions. They have their own obligations to represent their members, but it is in the best interest of a democratic South Africa that we are as transparent as possible, and that our program or whatever we embark upon is without reproach. So that's how far, Chair, I go in as far as some of these things are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I just wanted to check. I see that the members are raising hands, but I just wanted to be sure in particular with relation to yesterday's session, so that when I give also the SABC to speak, would have covered that point on the issues raised and how they have agreed matters needed to be processed this time around, learning from previous engagements. Honorable Faku and Honorable Van Dam, I saw your hands. May I just check? First, Honorable Faku, followed by Honorable Van Dam on what point you are raising now. Honorable Faku.
Thanks, Chair. No, I was raising my hand when you give us an opportunity to ask questions.
Honorable Van Dam.
Same, Chair. And I was just going to make the suggestion that we already spoke earlier today about the SABC side of the story. And I believe we do not have much time. And I was suggesting we go straight to the nitty-gritty of the issue. The minister had said the deputy minister was going to come to this evening and explain everything. The SABC has explained their side of the story, and I was just suggesting that we go straight to the engagements. Thanks, Chair.
May I just check with the board if, because that's the promise we kept during the day, that will also give them a few minutes to reflect if there's any matter they think needs to be clarified. That gives us a fair balance of the discussion. Then I will take yourselves in that order. Honorable Van Dam. And Honorable Mlala, I'm not sure if you are raising your hand.
Oh no, I was raising my hand for the question session. Sorry, Chair. I thought you were asking me to ask my question.
Honorable Mlala, were you raising your hand before I give SABC?
No, Chair. I think let SABC speak and then we can speak after. It's fine.
All right. Over to you, SABC, if there's any comment you want to make at this point in relation to these interventions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for the opportunity. Firstly, I would want to start by confirming that, yes, indeed, we had a meeting with the Minister to update and brief her on Section 189. And in that meeting, she did implore the board to explore other options. And in that meeting, there was no decision taken. As you will know that because whatever is being done is informed by board resolutions. So only a properly constituted board meeting can look at its own resolutions if there is a need to change. And the process leading to that, you will need to have information that board members can engage with for them to take a very informed position. So we'll have a board meeting most probably tomorrow as a board. But just to comment also on what the Deputy Minister has touched on, it is true that we've had a number of engagements with Centec, ICASA, to explore what else can be done with regard to signal distribution cost, but also the regulatory framework. And it is not a new thing. To be honest, the mass carry regulation, we started that process as early as 2017. It's been on our radar because we've listed all the regulatory constraints that are a problem in helping the SABC to become financially viable. So those engagements are happening. But the truth of the matter is, from where we are sitting, we are already projecting a loss of about 1.2 billion rand as the SABC. And the going concern you would have seen in our financials is really dependent on the 3.2 billion that we got as a bailout, which means if we don't fully embed the turnaround plan and implement some of the critical imperatives fully, we will get to a point where SABC will be back in an ICU situation. And the processes that we are engaging on, there is also a factor of time. And the honest truth, the impact that affected the SABC during the lockdown, COVID-19, we requested assistance, for an example, because we had displaced quite a number of our normal programming to make way for public announcement. We did not get the money because government, National Treasury has made it clear that there is no further bailouts for the SABC. And we have to make sure that we do everything possible as informed by our turnaround strategy to get the SABC out of the situation it's in. And I do appreciate, as the chair, all the efforts. And at the end of the day, we're talking about a situation where our salary bill is sitting at 43%. And a month going past without us really tackling those issues, we're getting deeper and deeper in a financial dire situation. And that's basically where we are. And my understanding is that there are monthly meetings that happens between the executive team and the department, which involve National Treasury, where these updates are given in terms of our financial situation. We've just did our financials, and they clearly indicate the situation that we are in. So, but I would want to request other board members and maybe the executives also to comment. Maybe I would request the CEO, because there may be things that are at a detail level that he can better articulate, if the Honorable Chair allows me to do that.
CEO, I'm sure you can do that in a few minutes, because around 5:02 I must give members so that they have an hour plus to engage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the chairperson has covered the situation as the SABC where we find ourselves. The issue is that the SABC is at a crossroads. We are operating in an extremely competitive environment, and we do that because we want to fulfill our mandate. And as everybody knows, that mandate is unfunded. We need to ensure we generate revenue in the market in order for us to be able to fulfill it. Unfortunately, advertising revenue for all players and other competitors is being affected quite severely by the current economic conditions. We have had to take steps to reduce the losses as the SABC. You may have seen, Chairperson, in the annual report that we submitted, we've ensured that we reduce expenses by 1.8 billion. So the cost-cutting process has not been just about employee compensation. We've also ensured that the net losses year on year, they get reduced. But at the heart of it is really, how do we ensure that we run a sustainable organization in order to fulfill the mandate that we have? So I had said previously, if we are not to reduce the 43% cost of compensation of the overall employees, and this, by the way, is in line with the turnaround plan that we have. It's also part of the bailout conditions that we have. And from the executive's point of view, is the implementation of an approved board resolution. And I've said in this platform previously, we then need concrete commitment to say there will be funding made available towards the unfunded mandate. And I think this is a discussion that is going to help us. It's not a nice process. It's very emotional. It's very challenging. But for the survival of an 84-year-old institution, it's quite critical. And it's not something that we took lightly. It's not a decision that was taken lightly. And I do think I also need to address the issue on the so-called flawed process. We haven't engaged with organized labor and other stakeholders meaningfully on this process. We have ensured that we take into cognizance the livelihoods that are at stake. And as you may recall, we have said this in the past, that we've even gone beyond the allowed regulatory requirement when it comes to engaging to ensure that we take everybody on board. And I also need to put on record that we have monthly meetings with the DOC as well as Treasury, where we engage and give progress on the progress that we're making in as far as the implementation of the turnaround plan is concerned. And the headcount reduction in S189 is part of that process. And for us, I think it also needs to be understood that we have a responsibility as much as everybody has to ensure the sustainability of this organization. We're dealing with a lot of legacy issues. Some of them, they are actually in the current, and we have a duty to ensure that we address some of these matters in a responsible way, in a way that will ensure that it helps us to bring this organization back to profitability in order to fulfill the mandate. That is why the board has been very clear. The original number of affected employees was 600. The board engaged with us and said, go back and relook at this and ensure that these processes are done in a very sensitive and humane way. Ensure that there's personal and professional counseling on those affected employees. It was within that we then reduced this number to 400. Even on that 400, we then said that there's going to be some people that can go on retirement. And by the way, we cannot force people to take voluntary packages. It has to be an initiative from the employees. But also there's about 170 positions that are available. If the people affected have the required qualifications and the experience, the number would then be significantly reduced. We're given a commitment that we cannot be running an organization that is going to be a perpetual burden to the fiscus. And these are some of the tough decisions that the board has decided to take and that we as executives are actually implementing. So I thought it was just important, Chair, to say we are doing this in order to ensure that we have a resilient and viable public broadcaster that will continue to deliver on its mandate. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, if you may allow me, there is other board members who are part of the session. The Chair of the Audit and Risk, Yasmina Patel, wants also to contribute, if the Chair can allow.
I have time to, that's why I want to give members to engage. So if it's a few minutes within that time, I do not want it to look like other board members out who may have a view to on the table.
Chair.
Honorable Faku.
Chair, I think you made the ruling to say that you'll give us as members at 5 to even an hour for engagement will not be enough. Can't other board members wait until we ask questions and they can respond to issues? But if you want to allow them to speak, maybe we should give all board members time to respond. Thanks, Chair.
No, thanks, Honorable Faku. As I said, there was timing that we should get the members to ask questions, so that I'm also trying to balance in case there is a view from board members that they wanted to speak now. But I take it that we'll have time to still engage. But if the meeting feels that we have heard the SABC and that we should get straight to the points, I don't have a problem with that. If there is a view from the board members that they wanted to raise here, that there will be a complaint that probably I wanted to raise the point and I was not given a chance and it's raised somewhere else. But it's fine. I had noted hence, board chair, it would mean that I think if there are questions that relate to what the board member Patel would have wanted to speak to, I think in the questions and engagement, you can still have that chance. I think I must respect members for that. I had Honorable Faku, followed by Honorable Van Dam, who's followed by Honorable Mulala. Mulala followed by Honorable Pambo. We'll then have Honorable Kumbu and Honorable Kubeka in that order. Honorable Faku.
Oops. Chair, I'm going to switch off my camera because there's no electricity where I am. So I'm trying to use my other phone to switch on. Let me just switch off my camera. Chairperson, let us appreciate the opportunity that we have given us as members of Parliament to come and engage with the SABC on the issue of retrenchment. I think we must appreciate that, Chairperson. Chair, I think it's important that we acknowledge as a committee that some of the problems that are currently happening in the SABC are coming from far, that we cannot deny. But also, I think it's important, Chair, that we must really say that we are not happy of how things have proceeded thus far. I think the Deputy Minister has raised some very important issues, especially about the relation between the SABC and the stakeholder, that there is no proper communication. One, yesterday, we see on the media what has transpired at the SABC. And as members of the committee, we've been engaging the SABC about the issue of retrenchments. And I think we've been very clear to say that as a committee, retrenchment is not an option. SABC must come up with all solutions so that we can engage. And the DM, I remember in our last meeting, we were assured that the SABC will come back to us as a committee and then they will give us a report before retrenchments are done. Now, when you say such things, we are not saying that we are taking powers from the SABC, but I think it's important that the committee is respected when such decisions are done. You see, Chair, one of the things that I have experienced yesterday, that especially after we have received the report from the AG, you know, sometimes we will make sure that junior staff members are the ones that are suffering more than the executives. If you can look at the AG's report, Chairperson, before I go into other details, that 82% of the SABC's budget is irregular. 82% of it is irregular. 99% relates to fruitless expenditure. Has the person responsible for the finances of this department been held responsible? If you have listened to the AG yesterday, the AG was saying that consequence management in these entities, in particular at the SABC, there is no consequence management. So now you are retrenching. Now, part of the bailout precondition was for the SABC to be able to generate revenue. Revenue has not been generated in the past 2 years. There's been no revenue at the SABC. Money has been invested in content, but you don't see the results of that, Chairperson. Secondly, yesterday, Mr. Plakis is saying that when he was addressing the editorial forum, that some of the unions have failed the SABC. Now, my question is, on the 14th of August, one of these questions was asked about the unions. Has the SABC engaged with the unions? The response that we received from the SABC, which is in writing, that the unions don't make 51.1% at the SABC. Now, it gives me a clear indication that the unions were not properly engaged. The CCMA again made a ruling against the SABC to say, hold on to until engagements are done between yourself and labor. So these are the things that we've been saying to the SABC. Wait, make sure that you engage with unions, engage with the stakeholder. But none of these things, Chairperson, has happened. And now, the salary bill is sitting at 43%. Now, this salary bill also includes the salary bill of the executive. The executive is earning, I think some of them are earning more than 5 million, if I'm correct or not, but we don't see results at the SABC. There has not been any revenue that has been generated. We don't see anything, but what government must do is bail out. The SABC requested that the committee must, and also the stakeholder, Centec must reduce. As DM is saying that we're in the process to engage, Centec came back to the committee to say that they are looking into what the SABC is saying. Now, Chair, the SABC takes drastic decisions to retrench people. And the way that has been done, it's done not in a good way, Chairperson, because if you have seen what we have seen, you know, even the SABC is also raising, like they were saying that most of the profit that has been generated is coming from the newsroom, but who's affected? It's the same newsroom. Now, Chair, I've got all these questions, and my question goes back. Is there capacity at the SABC? What has the role of the board been in terms of oversight, especially at the executive? Like, I am of the view, government has taken a decision on DTT. I believe that if the SABC can adopt and support DTT and develop a compelling content strategy to review its relations with multi-choice and make it fair to all parties and develop a multi-pronged digital strategy. In particular, the SABC can win viewers, because currently our government has taken directions in terms of the DTT, but SABC is refusing to go to that route. And one believes that we can generate a lot of revenue if SABC can go through the DTT channel. But Chair, also part of the audit findings from the AG at the SABC is the quality of financial management statements. Where is the CEO? Where is the group CEO in making sure that financial statements are in good quality? Contract management. This is a serious issue at the SABC. I think Scopa has already raised matters with regards to contract management, strategic planning, and performance management. Now, Chair, my question is, how are we expected to accept that retrenchment must be done as this committee if all these things the AG is highlighting, and some of these issues that the AG is highlighting, it's the same issues that we have been highlighting? Now, the unions are saying that the SABC did a skills audit, and this skills audit, the methodology that was used is to phone people and ask them about the skills. And I think as a committee, we have raised issues to say that maybe this is not the best methodology that we have used. Even union, because this is an issue that has been raised by unions. Like now the CEO, the group CEO is raising a point to say that there are some, I think even Mr. Ian Plakis raised it yesterday. I was listening to that clip that there are 173 posts. Some of the people can reapply. Why do you allow retrenchments? Because you have done a skill audit and you know which skills is there, but we are retrenching people. You are not creating an opportunity to say that there's no, what you call VPS, I don't know, this voluntary package. You have not done those options because you are saying the union did not raise those issues, but you yourself in the on the responses to Parliament, you are saying that they don't meet 50.1% for yourself to engage them. But also, Chair, I think ever since I started in this committee, there's a huge amount when it comes to litigation. You know, litigation at the SABC, the money that we spend on litigation, it's worrisome. There's this issue of the lady, I think one of the journalists that was removed off air, I think is Palisa. She was removed off air. She went to court and she won the case at the Labour Court. The SABC refused to reinstate that person back to the SABC. They totally refused to reinstate her. But again, we have lost the case. If you look at the litigation, maybe they can even respond now to tell us how much have they spent from the bailout money for litigations. They are spending a lot of money on litigation. I think, Chairperson, the SABC must take their full energies and make sure that the SABC generates revenue. Retrenchment should not be an option at this stage. We know that the president of this country has said that we must not lose jobs. And I think that as a committee, we are consistent with what President has said. Let us look at all measures. And I think also, Chairperson, from where I'm sitting, the engagements between the SAB and the stakeholder has never been in a good state. And sometimes when the stakeholder is asking questions, one will say there's a lot of interference, but even DM is confirming that today that there is no relations. But also, Chair, if you can look at the current positive balance of the SABC, it's the bailout money. You know, if you look at CMM unfair procurement processes, suppliers who have the highest points and the lowest did not get any of this. And so I think, Chairperson, we must also look into the issue of capacity, the role of the board in doing oversight in the executive. I am of the firm view, Chairperson, as I'm standing here, that retrenchment should not be done in a manner that has been done in the SABC, because what that picture that has been given yesterday to us, it means that some people don't care about other people, they only care of how. This is a national broadcaster. We are not going to make money as BBC or these big broadcasters. We must make sure that people of South Africa don't suffer at the end of the day. Thanks, Jefferson. I'll come back again.
Honorable Faku, I now recognize Honorable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. I am very, very irritated and I have a terrible headache. We have had the same issue discussed over and over and over again, and nothing happens. I would like to preface my contribution as this. I am not grandstanding. I am not interested in scoring political points. I'm not interested in being populist, because if I wanted to be populist, I would say, you know, I support the staff, that's it, that's it. There are two competing interests here. One is a broadcaster, which we say there's a necessity for a public broadcaster, but we must make sure that it's properly funded. And then on the other side, it's staff that don't want to lose their jobs. So I think we should really not grandstand and play political games here, because it has to do with people's lives. Minister, Deputy Minister, with all due respect, this retrenchments issue, as you said, has been on the agenda since 2018. It's 2020. You can't come today to us and say, oh yeah, we're thinking about amending the Broadcasting Act. That's been on the agenda for a long time. It hasn't been done. The unfunded mandate, that existed for a long time. Nothing's been done. We raise these issues and nothing happens. And then you come to these meetings and there's finger pointing and that one doesn't want to get along with anyone. If you and the SABC cannot sit down and sort out your issues like adults, then neither of you are leaders. Then you must leave. You can't say, oh, they don't want to engage with us in good faith. We try, but then I frankly don't care about that. I do not care. That is not an excuse that holds water. Sit down, talk it out. And the solution is really quite simple for me. It's been explained to us repeatedly. So I don't understand why we keep having the same meetings talking about the same thing. Treasury said there needs to be a reduction of the headcount. The parliamentary inquiry, I know people don't want to talk about history, but history is important because that is why we find ourselves here. I served in the last parliament. We sat through the parliamentary inquiry, and it was the most torturous experience to go through, to hear of staff that have been mistreated. And what I'm seeing now is also that same pain that I'm seeing in them. So I'm not going to play politics with them. So Minister, Deputy Minister, get over yourselves. Work with the SABC board, sort this out. You cannot ever come back here again and say, oh no, they don't want to talk to us. It's just, it's childish, get over it. And then there's another issue that bugs me because I've been in this movie before.
On a point of order.
I've been, no. On a,
Honorable Van Dam, I will recognize the Deputy Minister because she's a participant in the meeting to hear what is the point of order. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, I recognize.
Yeah, Honorable Van Dam can say this is childish, and she can't even project an impression that we are not engaging with the SABC. We've been doing all these things through and through, and she can't say it's childish and want to belittle some of the efforts that we are doing. And that's when you are grandstanding, when you do that. Because I came to this committee to say, these are the efforts we are making ever since I have been given this responsibility. Please.
Chairperson, I'm not going to praise a fish for swimming. It's simply not good.
Honorable Van Dam, I'm not sure that's what the Deputy Minister is saying. All what
I'm
she's
hearing
saying.
what I'm saying. And
don't use the words childish so that you also give respect in the way you are engaged.
Infantile.
And that will then be reciprocated.
Okay, no problem. Her actions are infantile. And I'm not going to celebrate her for a fish for swimming.
Will you withdraw that part, Honorable Van Dam?
No, Chair.
He likes beauty contest, Van Dam.
Honorable Van Dam, I'm just saying, just withdraw that part.
I said I withdraw childish and replace it with infantile.
Look, Honorable Van Dam, don't play with words.
Okay. It is childlike.
Then move.
And that's a view I am standing by. It is childish. And if the minister disagrees, she must take whatever step she wants to take. But the way
Lala, are you raising the point?
Is childish. And no one is going to tell me to withdraw that word. It's not unparliamentary. To carry on.
Honorable Van Dam, we are asking you again.
Okay, I withdraw childish just so I can continue, but my feelings stay the same. I withdraw it just for the purpose of continuing. And then there is,
Honorable Van Dam.
I said I withdrew a chair. What's the problem?
Honorable Van Dam, there is a point raised by Honorable Mlala. Let me recognize him so that he raised the point he was raising. He will indicate. That's why I'm recognizing.
Chair, can I request Honorable Van Dam that the matter that we're discussing here, it's the SABC and its challenges. Every time Honorable Van Dam is deviating discussion, is discussing ministers and deputy ministers, why can't we discuss the matter at hand and then resolve on it and then leave the minister? As if there's a meeting with the department, we can deal with the minister. Not now.
If you had waited for me to finish speaking, I would have gotten to that point. But
no, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chair.
Okay.
Can you?
No, you don't.
Yes, I'm talking to the chair.
Honorable,
the chair will rule.
Because you've withdrawn that point, so we now move forward. Make the point on what you wanted.
Can I please, for once in this committee, make my contribution without the members of the ANC consistently interrupting me? I don't interrupt them.
Make your contribution, Honorable Van Dam. Honorable Van Dam, I've given you a platform. Continue to make your point.
Can you switch off the other microphone?
But there is, it's just that I do see that Honorable Pambo.
Chairperson, I've got an order. Chair, can I raise an order?
Honorable Fag, what's the point of order?
Oh, Chair.
No, Chair,
wait, Honorable Fag can't speak before me. I've been saying Chair the whole time.
No, the thing is that I can't hear you. That's why I asked whether Honorable Pambo wants to speak.
I see Honorable Pambo now. You said that.
Yes, that is why I was asking whether you want to speak, and I didn't get that response. And Honorable Faku came in, and I was asking at what point is your reason.
You have to take over the meeting because.
Right. So in that score, Honorable Pambo, I will recognize you to speak.
No problem.
Please, let's help the meeting, all of us. I would not want us to spend time amongst ourselves at the expense of the important matter that is before the committee, because it would mean that the committee is not ready to get into the real issues. And that's not the nature of this committee. Yes, Honorable Pambo, then Honorable Faku follow.
It's extremely important, Chairperson, firstly, that you take control of the meeting. There is now a point of order that is raised towards the Honorable Van Dam, but also, Chairperson, we're now we're dealing with side issues. It's not what we are here for. We're not here to talk about how Van Dam feels or how the ANC feels or whatever the case may be. Can we deal with the real issues? Allow Honorable Van Dam to speak. And if there is a point of order, let's raise it after she has spoken, because now what's going to happen is that what normally happens between her and the ANC, where people are going to be calling point of order for the whole longest time. We have an urgent issue, a national issue, which involves people's lives. We can't have a situation where people are parading how smart they are. We need to deal with the real and the core issue at hand, which is the retrenchment of workers at the SABC. So let's leave Honorable Van Dam. If he talks nonsense, we will deal with it afterwards. And then if there's a point of order, let them raise it. But now there is a play of words, infantile and childish. It doesn't matter. The DM must not also get involved into that nonsense. She must not get agitated. But Chairperson, let her speak and finish. And then at the end, let people then speak and say, look, we don't agree with Honorable Van Dam for whatever reason that she said. We don't agree with what she has said. She's not parliamentary, whatever the case may be. But let us not be sidelined. And let's not get into a sort of, she says she doesn't want to grandstand, but if she is grandstanding, that's fine. It's part of the process. If she's grandstanding, she is a member of the DA. She's going to speak in a way that, is flamboyant and she shines, whatever the nonsense. But the point is,
whatever the nonsense, Pambo, don't talk about Honorable Van Dam like that.
Chair, can I please continue?
No, honorable members, can I now make a point here? Honorable Pambo, I think you've made the most important point, which we're trying to get the meeting back to, that we focus on the matters at hand, and which is the retrenchments that are at SABC. That's why we created this space when it didn't exist for today's meeting. Please, otherwise we are just going to have that again. And I had agreed that Honorable Van Dam do not play with words, withdraw, and she withdrew. She has withdrawn that, and that we should proceed to give her. So I'm not sure, Honorable Pambo, if you still want,
I want to
move again.
As much as you may, for now, be agreeing with what I was saying, I don't want you to abuse your position as a chairperson and to speak on my behalf, or for any other member in this committee to speak on their behalf. I think it's very dangerous, and don't abuse that position, that position that you hold now. I agree with you, of course. She must withdraw and whatever the case may be. But Chairperson, it's important that all of us must ventilate. We must speak. But this thing that the ANC comrades are doing now is absolutely wrong. They must allow everyone.
No,
Chair,
don't forget.
Honorable members.
This is very embarrassing. Can we continue?
Honorable members.
You can write me a letter if you
honorable.
You can allow Pambo to say ANC and DA, and then we are calling Honorable Van Dam to order. We are not calling the DA to order. If we want us to speak about politics of the EFF and the DA and the ANC, he must say so. But we are saying Honorable Van Dam is out of order.
Honorable members, my problem with yourselves is that you are not helping the meeting, because I have not recognized some of the members, and you continue to speak. And then you will then accuse the chair of abusing the position of the chair, which it's something I've never been trained to do. It's to facilitate the meeting. And I have made the point. The point was for Honorable Van Dam to withdraw that she said, but make her point that she needed to make. Honorable Van Dam finally withdrew from that, and then she was to continue to make a point, then another point of order would have come. Can we then get back again to discuss the issues at hand? Let's allow Honorable Van Dam to make the point in relation to what we are dealing with. Other members will still get the chance to speak on the matter at hand. I would want us to spend more time on that. But let me just clarify, Honorable Pambo, if I leave a point of order until a person would have finished, there will be no reason to raise that point of order when the speaker is completed speaking. So if that point of order raised, it's about assisting the meeting. That's why we need to listen to it and make a ruling whether it's an order or not. Please, let's just help the meeting, honorable members. South Africans expect a lot from us. That we are faced with a situation, let's demonstrate leadership. Honorable Van Dam, please make your points. There's no way that you'll be will be disrupted in making your points. The only thing would be if there's a point of order, we must hear it so that it's fair for everybody in the meeting. Please continue making your point as recognized by the chair.
Chair, just before Honorable Van Dam speaks, you noted me, Chair.
But everybody else comes in, and that's why I'm now making a point that we need to move forward.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Van Dam, make the point that you were coming to so that we get to discuss the matters at hand.
It is so embarrassing to have to sit through that while SABC staff at home sit waiting for leadership while they're squabbling here. It's such an embarrassment. Anyway, because I was interrupted, and I hope I will not be interrupted, Honorable Faku spoke, and she spoke a whole lot of things that didn't make sense, but nobody interrupted her. So I hope I can speak now without interruption. And I'm
Honorable
going to start
Van Dam, please, man, help the meeting because you are now.
I'm helping the meeting,
to
Chair.
the input made by Honorable Faku. You can hold your views on how you assess the input that she makes, but it's her right to make an input in the meeting, and we are giving you the respect like all other members. Please continue making your point.
All I'm saying is I'm going to start from the beginning because I was unfairly interrupted. I said, 1, no politics. I said, 2, Deputy Minister, SABC board, do not ever come back here again and tell us, oh, this person is not operating in good faith. Oh, the relationship is difficult. That is not an excuse. Our role as Parliament is not to herd you like cats so that you can talk to each other. I think you must have some intellectual maturity, some maturity, so that you can talk to each other without coming to Parliament to complain that that one doesn't want to talk to us, whatever. And then the second thing, because those are the type of things that distract us. Those are the issues that distract us from talking about the important things because we have constantly brought those complaints. Number 2, I've been in this movie before. I know what happens once there's discord on the SABC board, because that is always a sign of problems. Therefore, I take serious objection to what one of the board members, Ms. Mohlala Malawuzi, sorry if I get her name wrong, she went on TV today and basically mentioned her disagreement with the board. She breached a number of laws, and if I had not time to read through them, I will tell her. But she's a lawyer, she must go look at the PFMA, and she breached her duties as a board member. And I think that action should be taken there. And there is, what has her going on TV helped? How has it helped the situation at all? She says she saw on TV that staff were upset. What do you mean you saw on TV staff are upset? If you're a board member, you should be fully appraised with the matter of what's going on. And instead of going on TV to make yourself look like the celebrity who just like doesn't support the board, you've breached the PFMA, you've breached the SABC charter, and you should be held accountable. And I'm going to make sure of it, because this is what you do at every entity you go. And I will not I cannot speak for the other members of this committee. I will not stand by while another board is destabilized and the SABC, the board starts focusing on infighting while there are people up there that are waiting for answers. It is enough now. Solutions on the table. And the solutions are clear. Money is needed. If you don't want to reduce the headcount, then 700 million is needed. If there's no 700 million, then there should be a way to reduce the headcount. If there's no agreement about how to do the headcount, it is not Parliament's job. I think people are given this false notion that Parliament can resolve this process. We cannot. We do not have the legal authority to do so. We are here as legislators, and our duty is up to uphold the law, which when we took an oath of office. And the LRA does not give Parliament a process at all. If there's an issue, you go to the CCMA, you go to the Labour Court. Parliament does not have a role in deciding this. So if we have another meeting, I am not interested in excuses. I am not interested in, and this board member dissented. You dissented. People dissent all the time, but it's a board. At the end, if there's no consensus sought, a vote is made, and that's how organizations are led. Grandstanding on TV to show yourself as some sort of hero to the staff, when you've been there in the beginning, what have you done to make sure that we're not here? What have you done to make sure that solutions are sought? Going on TV to make yourself look like some sort of hero is just unacceptable. It is distasteful. And you did so while SABC staff were on TV weeping. I felt empathy. I did not feel the need to go and do TV interviews and show off myself, which I could have done, but I kept quiet because it's just not a matter you play around with. So you're a lawyer, and I know you told me that I don't do my job. I do my job very well. And given the laws that you've breached, I'm coming for you. And Chairperson, I want solutions now. I'm not interested in any more of this. It's enough now.
Honorable Mlala.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think from where I'm sitting, Chair, the biggest challenge we have is that the SABC currently is in a crisis. Whether we want to pinpoint who has done what is not going to help the situation. It's in a crisis. They are. I want to start from where Honorable Faku left. Honorable Faku started very well. In terms of the SABC's presentation, they are saying they are projecting a loss of 1.2 billion. But if you go back and look at the AG's report, it does not say that. It says something else. It says a lot of money goes to about 5 non-compliance that SABC is not doing. Now, for me, the retrenchment is part of an excuse. It's part of a strategy of the SABC to get additional bailout. Because if you look at the AG's book, they says the quality of the financial statement, bad. Management of procurement, bad. Prevention of irregular expenditure is even worse. Consequence management, I'm also surprised that the SABC is charged many people, but none of those people are appearing in terms of the AG's report, in terms of consequence management. So I agree with Honorable Faku that before they even attempt to retrench poor workers at the lower level, they must first retrench these senior people who are not responding to their consequences of their regular expenditure and all these things that AG has raised. AG has also even raised the last one is strategic planning and performance management. It's not even there. Now, from my little history, I was a trade union. I don't understand how an institution can wake up and just dismiss people. After we have done everything else, skills audit, the first thing you do, you place people. You don't advertise. You do the placement first. You say, okay, after we have analyzed the entire staff, these are the skills we need. Now, amongst the people that we say are staff members, who are the ones that are matching the skills? And then you do the placement. You say, okay, you can match here. You don't advertise. Because if you advertise, you only advertise where there's 2 people who qualify for one position or 3 people who qualify for a position. And there's an HR expert there. I don't know why is he not doing all those things. All they announce in the media every day is that we are retrenching, letters are out. I don't know what is the hurry for that. Now, the other important thing that Honorable Faku raised, which I will not regard as nonsense, I will regard as very progressive. The AG says the executives are not ensuring, they are not taking responsibility for governance. This is a very, very serious statement. Executives from CEO is not taking responsibility for governance. It's not what we say, it's what the AG says. Now, we can't ignore all these things. When the SABC says we have problems, we are losing money, but at the same time, AG says irregular expenditure, it's 82% of 358 million. It's the same financial year where SABC got a bailout. Now, how do we explain that to the South African public? How do you explain that these people have spent almost more than 200 million on irregular expenditure? And then they are saying they don't have money to pay poor workers, so they must go home. And then we must agree as Parliament because some are saying we are operational, some are saying we're interfering. I don't know what that language, where does it come from? And maybe we need to explain again, what's the role of oversight? Because oversight means we monitor the performance. Now, if we are not happy with the performance, we must go into the detail for us to understand. We're not being operational. We're simply saying, we have given you, appropriated this money, and how far are you in terms of this money? And have you used the money for the same purpose that you said you are going to use? So I don't understand this language of people using that. But the second thing, Chair, I don't think it's fair to attack the minister and the deputy minister as shareholders, because they are saying to us they has not been very fruitful, if you like. They say it's not done in good faith. Now, SABC has been given an opportunity to also respond. Why is there no good faith? But from where I'm sitting, I think SABC has not been engaging even Parliament in good faith on a number of things. I mean, we have given a lot of advices to the SABC. In a meeting, they go, they do their own things. Yes, this is their right as the board, they can go and do their whatever decision. But why then are we still engaging with the SABC if what we advise them, they are not even regarding it? I can give many examples of the advice that we gave. Instead, what we see the SABC grandstanding on TV telling us that no, Parliament does not have the right, they can't do this, and so on. So even we as Parliament, I think at some point I feel that SABC is undermining us. I feel very strong that we're being undermined because we've given a lot of advice. For instance, we said to SABC, you are litigating people, you are losing cases, you are spending money again on appeals and appeals. Why can't you, if you lose a case, for instance, the Palliser case, if you lose a case of Palliser, what was wrong for you to implement the court order? You go and appeal, the next day you withdraw in the appeal. I don't understand. So the reality of the situation at SABC is that the staff morale is very, very low now. I wonder how you're going to turn around the institution when there's so many disgruntlement. Everybody's afraid. You may get a letter tomorrow to go home, and yet you want to turn around the situation. And I don't know how you're going to do it. But from where we're sitting on the 21st of May, I still remember, this committee advised you, after you issued a letter of retrenchment or section 189, whatever you did at the time, that you please follow these processes. You went out and issued a media statement that section 189 is not a prerequisite. So there's also a lot element of arrogance on the part of SABC. There's a lot of arrogance, or maybe you are not respecting us because we're a new parliament. I don't know. But I think there's a level of undermining parliament that I'm seeing. Now, the last point, Chair, when SABC requested bailout, they came to parliament and they presented a plan on how they want to turn around the SABC. In the plan, if I still recall, in the plan, these issues of the salary bills were not part of the bailout. There were 3 issues that were meant for the bailout. Now we are sitting with a projection of a 1.2 billion loss. Where we're sitting, poor workers must be sacrificed as a result of that. Now, where I'm sitting, Chair, I think we need a meeting ourselves as the committee outside of the SABC. I have a lot of issues I can speak for an hour. I don't think I should waste other people's time to speak, but I think we need our own meeting to do our own assessment. Of what the situation, to me, I would have said, back home and resolve the issues with staff and do the process amicably in such a way that there will be no revolt. The reason these things are done is because they are not done properly. You can't just wake up and then tomorrow letters are out, everybody must go home. I mean, it has never worked. In any institution, even in private. If we need an engagement with the SABC, the issues.
I'm losing you, Honorable Mlala. I'm not sure if it's on my side. I can't hear you.
The Deputy Minister raised, obviously it's not going to happen. Yeah, can everybody hear me?
We this, but you are back now. Make your point. Yes,
I think that's why I'm saying let me not take the space of other speakers. But I remember on the 21st, the committee was very clear on issues of retrenchment. Now it's an advice. We are not instructing you. We're advising you that there are many other options that you can use rather than to. I don't know how do you become a management of black people and you are happy to expel 400 people and you're saying you don't.
Honorable Mlala, we can't hear you on the last point you were
yes
making.
I think in my view, let's have a closed session as a committee and do a proper assessment. I think SABC has been presenting to us. We have all the information that they presented to us, and so that when we go back to the SABC, we are able to say, SABC, this is what we found, because I don't want us to take issues pieces by pieces. But I must also express the Honorable Faku's feeling that I am still not happy with the explanation of the SABC. And maybe just the last comment. I think I'm not encouraging a breakaway and so on, but I think when the situation is untenable, like as it is in the SABC, where people are sitting on top of chairs and so on, you can't then sit as a leader and say, no, everything is fine. We have a decision of the collective. The situation, the center does not hold. And if the center does not hold, this is what will happen. So I think that's where I end my input, Chair, but I'll come back.
Honorable Pambo.
Chair?
Pambo, I've recognized you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, can hear you. Proceed. Honorable Pambo, you can proceed.
Person, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Chair, unlike the other members who have spoken, I celebrate, we celebrate quite frankly, some of the board members have come out to express that it's not a sort of agreed position by the board members that workers must be retrenched. We celebrate that members have come out openly and publicly to express that this is not a position which is shared by all members of the board. It cannot be that in this country, especially at this time, when we're shedding so many jobs, when we're going through so much unemployment, that the national asset is participating in making sure that Black people, the majority of our people, are further unemployed. So we celebrate those board members who are coming out to say this is not a position that is held by the board of the SABC. But it's very important that we as a committee press on the SABC that let there be no job that is shared. It's important that this board makes sure that there is no one who loses their job. Because for them to announce that they are retrenching is to openly announce that they failed. It should not fall on the employees, it should fall on the board. These people that are announcing these retrenchments are earning 2 million, 3 million, and so on. It's unfair. These board members must announce that they have failed, not that these employees must be retrenched. So, Chair, the only thing that the SABC must do now is to make sure that the suspension of the retrenchment letters must be made permanent. And for now, I mean, for a diplomatic sort of exercise, maybe we will not call for the board to fall, but that they must go back and fight for these workers. We can't, not now, announce to the world that we are retrenching people who have put their lives, in, who have openly worked towards making sure that all South Africans have a voice. We can't. To cut out workers, 400, I know, and now they're expressing that, we were going to retrench 600, now we're at 400. It's not a celebration. The only thing we're going to celebrate is that there is no worker that is going to be retrenched. The only thing we're going to celebrate is that they are going to employ more people, because the downsizing and the impression, or rather the creation of a ENCA light means one thing, that our people will not have a voice. The SABC is by far one and the only broadcaster in this country and possibly in the continent that can reach our people in the most remote, in the most inaccessible areas. Why do you want to retrench our people? The SABC must not think of itself as a profit-making entity. It must think of itself as an entity that is dedicated and is working towards being self-sustainable. It must make sure that it cushions the unemployed, and it makes sure that it does not, offload workers. To retrench one worker is to simply say that there are 8 people who are going to be affected, at the least. There are 8 people who are not going to be able to access bread. We must think about it in that way. This crisis is a very serious crisis. We must make sure that we save these workers. There must be no worker who gets retrenched. And if, as a committee, we entertain all the imaginary options that are not being put on the table. By the way, there are no other options but retrenchment. The only thing that is on the table is retrenchment. It can't be. Then it means the board has no imagination, has no idea. They are downsizing SABC. If you are saying you're taking away workers, you are simply saying that you're downsizing SABC. We can't have that. The SABC only has to, at the least, break even. But you can't retrench workers. It can't be accepted. Not in a country where we're going through such unemployment. Not in a country where we're having so many people losing their jobs. This is a public broadcaster, and as such, we must make sure that we save these workers. We must make sure that we must make sure that this broadcaster, which is a entity that belongs to the people, does not lose jobs.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Can we now move to Honorable Kumbu, followed by Honorable Kubega?
Thank you, Chairperson. The SABC appears
your connection, Honorable Kumbu. We can't hear you, Honorable Kumbu. If you can stand in a better place for connectivity. We can't hear you.
We told them to go and explore other avenues. Is it bad? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We struggle to hear you. Honorable Kumbu, can you hear us?
Here in the apartment, there's no. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us, Honorable Kumbu?
Chairperson, I think what I will do, I will give him a call, and then in the meantime, you can take another member.
I'll take Honorable Kubeka then, whilst Honorable Kumbu is trying to reconnect. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, without any waste of time, maybe let me start by saying we are very much aware to say the SABC is independent. And secondly, let me say, we are very much understanding to say we are not interfering, but we are trying to intervene, Chair. It should be noted. Chair, let me say to the SABC, if the relations can be just fine on the side of the board, on the side of the shareholder, on the side of the committee, on the side of the stakeholders, I think we can come up with a solution on this issue of the retrenchment. Chair, we are not supporting the issue of retrenchment, Chair, on the employees. Chair, can I just say to SABC, if you can just go and also check on the side of your sisterly entity, the Centec, on how are they working when coming to the relations, starting from their own board, coming to the management and down to their employees. Then you'll understand the importance of the relations if you want to see a progress and a successful entity as SABC. Chair, we have asked the SABC to say, on the side of the litigation, you are spending too much. Can't you try to do in other way rounds? Why are you forcing when somebody is winning a case and then you want to just continue to push to say, at the end of the day, I want to see this person or being thrown out of the entity? I'm just asking to SABC. SABC, why you were saying you want to concentrate on the issue of the skills audit, whilst the results of the skills audit now, you are not having an interest to use it on the side of your turnaround strategy when you want even to match or to place the employees? Why were you wasting so many years to work on the issue of the skills audit? SABC, I'm asking this question just to understand. That is why I'm referring you to Centec. It managed to receive clean audit for 7 successful years following the issue of the Auditor General's report. Now we want to understand, when we are listening on the report of the AG on the side of the SABC, we still find that there is some serious challenges that SABC needs to attend. Don't engage in bad faith, SABC. Don't be heartless. We do understand if there are challenges. Those challenges, they need to be tackled by engaging one another. If I was listening to the Deputy Minister tried to present on the issue of saying, even themselves, they are just like us on the issue of Section 189. But when you listen to the chairperson of the board, the chairperson will present to say, we are meeting with the shareholder, we are sitting monthly in them. So I just wonder, who is who? Whom must we believe to say, but this one, as he present or as she present, now we can see that there is an issue of miscommunication. But again, let me understand to say, even us as the committee, we are trying to engage, but at the end of the day, somewhere, somehow, we'll understand the responses of SABC will conflict each other. Today, this month, when they are coming, they are presenting, they will say this. Next month, that question that we were trying just to check to make a follow-up, now it has changed. So indeed, it can be correct. It can be correct just to say now you want to save, then you decide by retrenching. Let me say, if I can understand on the side of the executive, I'm sure when coming to their salaries, they are earning, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere there, the budget can be in 40 million, if I'm not mistaken, the salary of the executives there. So just imagine these ones, the poor of the poorest, bagit. I can't wait. Let's try another way around. The minister have tried to present, and also the deputy minister. Let's try other angles, not this one of saying you want to see the employees being in the street. It can't be. Sizomyeka lo hamba lo ka-contester. She wants just to present herself here. If you are heartless, you will remain being heartless. But we are here for this, public of South Africa. We want to see them trying to change their lives, so it can't be. So SABC, again, it can't be. We are not supporting, all of us, we are saying, we will never ever see whatever that we have saw yesterday in the media. It can't be. If you are a really human being, it can't be. So that's what we are pleading to SABC. Indeed, Funani, provided you have reached the ceiling. Provided you have reached the ceiling, you don't know now how to try to resolve this matter. Then you'll be just like that, standing in that corner, holding as it is. Aye. Plan. It can't be correct. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. I just want to check if Honorable Gumbu, who was before Honorable Kubeka, is back, because I wouldn't want to leave his.
Yes, I'm back. Am I audible now?
Yeah, audible, Honorable Gumbu. I just want to make the point here, because I see some hands. I think from board members, you would have an opportunity to respond when it's time to respond. Let's allow the members to speak first. And I see that there are those hands, I'm not sure whether it's for the second round or whatever, who have been raised. I see that there's Honorable Mtembu, who got disconnected and came back also, so his hand is up. Honorable Majosi, Honorable Faku. As I said, the board members, please lower your hands for now. We'll give you an opportunity to respond. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Gumbo.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I was saying the SABC appeared several times to this committee, and we told them to go and explore other avenues to avoid the implementation of Section 189. But they did not come up with anything in that regard. Every time they came to the committee, they would be insisting on the implementation of Section 189. To me, Chair, it suggests that they were not even prepared to look at other options. Because I do not remember them coming to us with any other option. And Chair, I think if the SABC did what I'm talking about, the situation would have been different. It is just unfortunate that the SABC chose not to listen to the advices from the committee, hence this situation we're finding ourselves in. I believe that the situation will be different, Chair. I thank you.
Honorable Mtembu, followed by Honorable Majosi, followed by Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and all members. Let me also echo the same sentiment with the previous speakers on the issue of retrenchment. Chair, the issue of retrenchment, it will have an impact, a very bad impact to the individual, to the family, and it will also spill to the society in many ways. I think on this one, we need to join our hands and ideas to make sure that the situation we are facing, we manage it very well. Bese siyakuyeka-ke Chair ukuthi sibethele uMinister no-Deputy Minister. I think sonke kufanele ukuthi sibambisane kulesi simo. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Machozi. Honorable Machozi.
Thank you, Chair. No, this matter has been in this committee for a long time now. I think the shareholder, which is the minister and the deputy minister, must go back, have a discussion with the board on this matter, because it does not help us to discuss these issues and have perceptions on certain things when maybe options are not even provided. The board says, the shareholder says, the board says it does not help us. Can they go back and further discuss on this matter? If SABC must be a baby that comes every year to Parliament for bailouts, then they must tell us that is the option. If SABC, something else must happen, that is an option other than retrenchments, then they must, but the shareholder and the board itself, they must go back to the drawing board. Because when they come here, they speak two different languages. And it tells us, it shows us that these people are not even maybe in discussions on any other matters. But this one, because of it's a very crucial matter and it touches people's lives, and at the same time, decisions must be made. But what other options do they have? Then they must go back, come back with a solid option that will work for the SABC and for the employees of the SABC. Because we cannot have a one-sided option that will only favor the SABC and not favor the employees, or that will only favor the employees and not favor the SABC. So we must think also of the entity that is there, because it must survive on itself. It must be able to run itself. If that is the option that every year SABC will come to us and ask for bailouts, then they must tell us so that we move on from this matter. I mean, we've been having this discussion for a long time now. I think they must just go back, shareholders and the board member, so that they clear up all the issues that they have and come back with a solid thing, so that we know then how to move forward. Because now we'll keep going back and forth, discussing one matter that is not going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fab. You raised the hand to say you left a matter there.
Yes, Chair. Again, thank you very much, Chairperson. Again, I'm going to request to switch off my camera. As you can see that I've got load shedding where I am. Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, there is one or two questions that I forgot to ask. One, again, on the response that the SABC has given us in August, with regards to the Office of the Eastern Cape Provincial Office, we were told that that is not true, that people will be retrenched in that office, because currently I hear that there are 14 people according to the presentation and 12 people will be retrenched. Now, my question is, how will the public mandate be delivered in that province? How will people know what our government is doing? if that office is closing down, will the SABC be able to achieve the public mandate in a province that is as vast as the Eastern Cape with only 2 people? Now, Chair, my second question is the editorial staff of the SABC came to Parliament and presented their case. Now, I want maybe clarity from the board. One of the issues that the editorial staff is raising is them fighting for the protection of the public service mandate against the communalization of the SABC. Perhaps one needs to get a response, because in terms of the Broadcasting Act of 1991, there must be a distinction in order to protect the public mandate, but also to allow the SABC to use its proceeds from the commercial services to fund and enable the public mandate. Chair, I think I just need clarity on that. But second, Chair, I think let me echo some of the things that were said by the SABC workers yesterday. These people have worked hard during the most challenging times of the SABC. When there were leadership crises, they made sure that the SABC is on air. They produce contents that the citizens want because of these workers. So I just want to say, Chairperson, they must not be the first targets to solve financial problems. The SABC must develop an audit action plan to resolve poor governance and mismanagement problems, especially irregular expenditure, develop more income in generating strategies, cut some compensation costs, like cut the least benefit of the executive management from 35 days maybe to 15 days. So I think we are all agreeing that the SABC must come up with more options. Currently, as what Honorable Gumbu is saying, that we've been listening to the same thing, but there is no options. But again, Chairperson, let us thank the leadership of the minister and the deputy minister after what occurred yesterday, for them rushing to meet with the board. I hear the chairperson of the board is saying that, yes, we listen, but a formal board meeting will be called. But I think that it's important that whatever that was discussed in that meeting must be taken into consideration, so that we don't come to the committee and discuss the relation between the stakeholder and the SABC. This matter needs not any arrogance. And I think, Chair, it's important that I would not respond to some of the remarks that Honorable Van Dam has said, because my duty is not to do that, but it's to make sure that I do my role and do oversight. She would not have the same ideals as me, because we don't belong to the same political school. So whatever, I was born in this country, so I don't want to engage on other issues. But Chair, I think it's important that really the SABC must consider some of the options that we're bringing on the table. Thank you very much. And Chairperson, you are doing a very good job.
I waited for her to finish, Chairperson.
What is the point, Honorable?
Ute, she understands South Africa better than me because she was born here. So I don't know if that's something
Honorable Van Dam,
you think is something okay.
No, Honorable Van Dam.
Points of orders. So is that kind of xenophobic belief something that's
Honorable Van Dam?
Are you going to call her to order?
Honorable Van Dam, if she made reference to you as being not South African, I would have called the order myself. But let me just indicate what I heard her saying. In justifying her ideals, it's her involvement being here in South Africa, but without making reference to you, that you have no ideals to have because you are not South African. So I'm just saying there was no such an implication in what she said. It's unless I didn't hear, because you're asking me why I could not protect you from that. That's why I'm responding.
Yeah.
That's how I hear.
Slide just for today.
Yeah.
Can we then proceed and get to the the responses.
Point of
Honorable Pambo, on what point are you raising?
Chair, it's absolutely wrong for you to say that because you did not understand. Please, Chair, allow me to express myself.
No, Honorable Pambo, I'm asking on what point are you raising?
I'm going to raise it. The only way you can hear is by you listening.
No, but Honorable Pambo, please help the meeting. I'm giving you a chance to speak. I'm asking you on what point are you raising?
Allow me to respond. Allow me to speak. Then you will hear what point.
I'm saying put the point, then on what point? Is it a point of order? Is it what point?
The point, I said point of order, Chair. Chair.
What is the point of order, Honorable Pambo? Speak.
The previous member who referred to, it was very clear that she was referring to Honorable Van Damme.
That is your view.
She is expressing xenophobia publicly on a committee which is, a committee that should never express.
Honorable Pambo, I have indicated what I understood her to be saying.
It's not only for
Honorable, Honorable Pambo.
Second time.
I'm saying it's because Honorable Van Damme, Honorable Van Damme referred that matter to the chair. No, honorable members, please order. I'm still going to come to Honorable Pambo, and I want you to understand the point I'm making. Honorable Van Damme referred to the chair, and that the chair needed to respond on why he would have not protected her from what she understood Honorable Faku to be raising against her as xenophobic. And I responded not because I'm abusing the position of the chair, it's because she asked me to. Now, if you are saying there's a point of order after I have responded and Honorable Van Damme said it is not a matter now, so what is the point, Honorable Pam?
Chairperson, the honorable member must accept that Honorable Van Damme, she may belong to a different political party than me, but I won't sit in a committee where xenophobia is publicly being displayed and where she is being undermined. I don't know her status. I don't know where she was born. I don't care for where she was born, but I take her to be a member of this parliament, and she must not be victimized by virtue of where she was born. I don't care for that. But what she is displaying, that member, is displaying self-hate. And, she is...
No, Honorable
Pambo. I think
no, Honorable Pambo, you are now...
He's misquoting me. He must not misquote me. You should have requested Honorable Pambo that I clarify myself and not make a conclusion. You have a right to have a view.
As the person this matter affects and for this meeting to proceed, can we just let this matter slide? It's the second time she's done it. The first time you ignored her, and this is the second time. But for the sake of this meeting going ahead and talking about what the matter is here, I'm letting it slide. But for the last time. But we can continue. It's about me. I'm saying let's continue. Number two.
Honorable
Yeah.
Can't put threat.
Can we then move to the responses? Let's not get taken by side issues. There are matters before us, and I think members are just doing that in the way they've spoken thus far.
Chair.
So let's allow responses, please.
Before the responses.
On what point are you raising, Ko? Honorable
on
member.
This point that we are on.
Yeah, Chair, no ways.
Are you raising a
willing
point of
to
order
acknowledge that
on
I'm
us
saying chair, or
proceeding?
you are not?
Yeah, if you're going to...
Honorable Majosi, I have recognized you. I'm asking you, are you raising on a point of order? Can you answer that so that
No,
we speak?
I'm not.
If you're going to on the same point, then you must hear me. I raised my hand first. Then if you're moving on, then you can do that. You can't
Honorable,
then over
Honorable Pambo, we were moving forward and I was giving the department and the board to respond.
But
honorable,
it's okay, Chairperson, let's move on. Let's move on.
She's raising a point and I want to know on what point is she raising anything that she wants to raise before this response, because she says before the response, there is this point and I'm asking what point so that I know whether to allow it or not.
No,
I know
it's
that
okay,
we're dealing with
Chairperson.
a
Let's move on.
matter that is difficult, but let's try and still come back to a point that we are a committee that is expected by the country to help resolve some of the problems that have been raised. And let's allow those that need to respond to the points that have been made. May I then check whether the department would want to speak at this point? And then the entity will then also respond. I will give the political power later.
Chair, thank you.
Please,
May I come in, Chair? Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just thank you. Good evening, honorable members and those that are on call. Chair, I just want to perhaps respond generally to some of the issues that have been raised insofar as especially issues around the monthly monitoring task team meetings, what is discussed there. In the main, Chair, just to give the meeting what we talk about. We talk about the bailout conditions with ourselves, SABC and National Treasury. We monitor what is it that the SABC does and presents its plans on how they have done the acquisition in terms of programs and properties, and how they have done savings. And then I want to go to this issue of Section 189. So SABC will put out a deck of slides. Then they will have this slide that will talk to the issue of staff optimization and related also to how they are progressing insofar as a board decisions on CCMA and the Section 189, and which will be outside or inside the union discussions, high level. Then the last time they spoke about it, they will say that they had 8 bilaterals with the unions, and they will come back to us. The next step will report back and take guidance from the board on how to proceed on this matter, but no decision has been taken. So, Chair, each and every time we have an engagement with SABC, this is the last date we had this meeting. It was on the 12th of October. So we have this decks of slides from the SABC, and we discussed this in detail. So I just wanted to clear that at a principal level. So, Chair, and I'm not saying he said, she said, and we take the principle that the SABC is an independent institution. They have to go and take guidance from the board, and all those things are required in making those decisions. And we had come before this committee as the department, and we had gone and presented the turnaround insofar how we understood the work that we paid for GTEC as to how Section 189 is supposed to be executed by the SABC in the job matching exercise as presented by the minister in the morning. And as far as we know as the department, that work hasn't been completed as of the 12th of October. And we understand that it takes time to do that work. And that is where we left it. And we are saying to the SABC, at this particular point, it shouldn't be in such a way that, well, the department, we have been constantly engaging with them. They are aware of the plans that we're going to retrench these individuals at the monthly monitoring meeting. I am putting it to this meeting. That is the level of the engagement that we had at the formal meeting with the SABC. Then, Chair, I know earlier on during the day, there were questions that were raised by honorable members that there are matters that have been sitting before the department insofar as policy, insofar as changes when it comes to the SABC. Yes, those matters have been with the department, and you would note that recently Cabinet has published, has approved the audio and audiovisual paper, which were coming to Parliament, I think sometime next week, to present, what being one of them. It is a process that we will be engaged with, and some members of the public have asked for an extension, which extension we are going to table before the minister. It will not be finalized within the envisaged time frame that we had planned to finalize it, because we have been requested for a further extension, just for the commitments that Minister and DM have put before the committee today, that those timeframes are likely to move, not through any fault, but because people are saying they are requiring at least another period of about 3 to 4 months for further extension. So I just wanted to clear that, Chairperson, at this particular point. You will tell me if there's anything else that you would like us to come back on that we may have omitted insofar as the SABC chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. May I just check from the SABC side if I can note, as I said, there were hands that were up, and I asked that those be put down for responses. Is that a board side?
Chairperson?
Yes, I want to note hands. All I'm saying that I see that the board chair would want to speak, but I also see you'll indicate to me that I see the hands from Memshala, and there's also a hand from also this board member Markovic. So I saw those hands, but will also be directed by the board chair from the side of the executive will also be responding. So I've noted your hands. I will then recognize you to speak. Board chair. No, as I said, I have recognized Memuthala, you would follow. But as I said, I saw the board chair first. I noted you.
Chairperson, I had been raising my hand intermittently previously, prior to the board chairperson raising his hand. So I'd like to just be given an opportunity to speak because I haven't spoken.
You will get an opportunity. That's why I've recognized your hand, Memo Tupi. But there are also other hands, as I say.
Okay, I'll wait, Chair. I'll wait.
Board Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
As I said, I've recognized Memuthala, Deputy Chair, as well as Markovic, and as I hope I'm pronouncing properly, Papaya. I've noted those hands. I would want a situation where people are able to speak. Thank you. Board Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. All I wanted to do, based on the questions that were asked, I just wanted to give the order of the executives who will be responding to the questions that were asked by honorable members. So Ian Plakis, who's our COO, will come first in responding to questions. Dr. Mujaki Mosia will be second. He will be followed by the CFO, Yolandi van Billion. And then after Yolandi, it will be our head of legal, Vanaga, Advocate Vanaga, and then the CEO, Group CEO will come at the end. And then of course, like I indicated, that there are other board members who are part of the session. They may also want to maybe comment. But in terms of how we're going to respond, that's the order, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, so that's on the basis of the responses. That's the order that would be there. May I just check, because there were hands that I noted from board members. So that when we get those other responses, we put them together. Is it Memushala?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. And good evening to honorable members, Deputy Minister, and the Minister. Chairperson, I need to indicate that I was a bit remiss at the commencement of the hearing in not giving a backdrop in relation to the issues that relate to Section 189. And if you will indulge me, I just want to go into the issues, the view of the minority on the board, specifically in relation to 189 and our perceptions around 189, because I believe the chairperson of the board gave a view in relation to the board, but obviously he omitted to indicate that the view that he was presenting was that of the majority of the board. But there are board members who hold a very different view with regard to Section 189, and they have voiced their disagreement with regard to the approach that has been taken by the SABC in relation to 189. There have been suggestions by some of the honorable members that there was an element, the reason why the minority and through the minority view on the board has only come out now is because there's an attempt to win some popularity contest or to grandstand. And I really want to say that I find that those kinds of comments to be very unfortunate, because we as the minority on the board in relation to this matter have tried and gone to great lengths and have been at great pains to try and resolve this matter within the board. But because consistently we are not being listened to, consistently information is being given to us selectively, and consistently we are told that this is something that doesn't fall within the purview of the board, but falls within executive management, we have found ourselves in a situation whereby people or the public doesn't know where we stand. Now we feel it's very important that we speak to this matter now. There are those of us who feel that, look, there are many other options that are available to deal with this issue around staff costs, because we are mindful of the fact that with the bailout, there was this issue that we needed to obviously put a turnaround strategy in place. We all worked around the turnaround strategy. But key to that turnaround strategy was that we needed to drop costs with regard to two very key cost drivers, which is signal distribution on the one hand, and the other one was in relation to the very high salary bill. Now, it was understood in that context that the issue of the salary bill would be addressed and different options would be considered. And we had two meetings, one within the board subcommittee for human resources and one at the board level, whereby the group CEO gave a guarantee and an undertaking to the board that the Section 189 process would not be undertaken, but other options would be explored. Then lo and behold, as part of the turnaround strategy, the next thing we saw, there was a Section 189. It was public. They'd gone to the CCMA. Again, concerns were raised by some of us on the board. We were then told that, no, the process has to continue and that this is the only way legally that we can resolve this matter. Some of us are legal practitioners. We know that there are other legal ways in which this matter could be addressed. And repeatedly we have said, consultation is an option whereby we can look at different methods and different measures. The unions have come forth arguing this point. The civil society has come forth arguing this point. The public has come forth arguing this point. Things reached a head when we saw the stuff in the newsroom. That is when we then said, really, we need to now speak out. We need to do something. Even if we are the minority, it is important for the South African public and the SABC staff and this portfolio committee to know that there are some of us on the board who really feel that there are other measures that can be put in place in order to deal with Section 189. But even before I go into that, there's another critical factor. We are tasked with the responsibility to turn around this institution. There's a turnaround plan that is in place. But what is then happening? How are we going to implement this turnaround plan when our key role player that is tasked with the responsibility of turning around the institution is being harassed with retrenchment letters. We need the staff in order to turn around the institution. If we don't have a staff that has the right morale, that has the right approach and the right attitude towards their work, we will not be able to turn around the institution. But to make matters even worse, the people that are expected to be retrenched as part of this process are the people who have the skills that are required to effect this turnaround. This portfolio committee has heard. People in the newsroom are complaining that they're understaffed, but lo and behold, retrenchments are taking place there. Even when Scopa came to SABC, the supply chain management unit was indicating that people they are short-staffed, but still we hear people are being retrenched. But even in that context, we are seeing executives being appointed at the SABC. Now we ask ourselves, you are appointing executives, they're coming at high salaries, but then we are expecting 400 people to be out of a job. How can that ever be justifiable? We need to look at measures to deal with this issue. And we are not being populist, we are not grandstanding. We are saying, we as board members have a fiduciary duty. We need to make sure that SABC is viable, SABC is functional, and SABC delivers. Yesterday, we posted results that showed that SABC has suffered a loss of 500 million, 500 million rands. Now, we need to concentrate our energy on turning around the institution, on making sure that we deal with these losses that we have suffered. But instead, what is happening is letters are being distributed to retrench people. People are unhappy, people are frustrated, people are not able to deliver because all they're thinking about is they're losing their livelihoods. And we as a board then sit back and say, no, this is not our responsibility. It is an executive function. We fully understand that a board can never be operational. But at the end of the day, we are accountable as part of our fiduciary duty, not only to the SABC and its staff, but to the South African public and to our shareholder and this portfolio committee. And we are saying we need to make sure that the staff are able and competent to deliver. And where we are saying people are not skilled, let's reskill them. Let's put them in position. There's also been submissions that have been made to this committee that there will be about 150, 170 positions that are available. I compare that to 400 who's going to be retrenched. How about the ones that don't get that position? Are we saying we're going to leave them out in the cold? Should we not find other alternatives, reskill them, give them other options, and also phase this process? But most importantly, why don't we consult with them? Why don't we speak to them so that we can look at different options and different ideas around how we can resolve this matter? And this is what we've been trying for at the board. And there's also another issue that does concern me, and this obviously is not necessarily the view that's shared by my colleagues who agree with me around the issue of 189. We sit on many subcommittees as members, and I sit on a committee which is called the Public Broadcasting Service and the Public Commercial Service Committee. And on those committees, we see that radio, TV, commercial money is coming in, but it's not as we would want to have it. Now we are saying we need to then go into those business operations and see how we can bring in savings so that we can rather spin on that side and make sure that we retain the staff and make sure that we are able to deliver. Because even in that particular committee, there is an ongoing need to actually employ more people. There's also another challenge. We can't deliver because we cannot procure. SCM doesn't have the staff to procure. So we should be emphasizing or spending our time dealing with issues of operations to make sure that we put the efficiencies into the system so that the money that needs to come out of SABC comes out and we don't ever look at a prospect of going for another bailout. Further, on this 189 process, we are saying we have heard voices left, right, and center. Political parties have spoken. The staff at SABC has spoken. The minister and deputy minister have spoken. The portfolio committee has spoken. The South African public. Go onto social media, you will see what the South African public is saying. Now, as a board, do we then doggedly go ahead and say we are independent, we are not going to listen to any of those voices? But who are we then accountable to? Are we not accountable to this parliament? Is this not the very same parliament that has said to us repeatedly, look into this issue because there's got to be another solution. Explore different alternatives. But still, there are those on the board who still insist that we have to go ahead with 189. At what cost? And what is the benefit that we will receive from this? Because there are other methods of dealing with this matter. And I want us to also be mindful of the fact that there is a lot of procurement that is taking place at SABC. And we believe that some of that procurement can either be suspended, can either be postponed to a later date so that we can have enough time to make sure we deal with this labor issue once and for all and deal with it in terms of a win-win solution. Over and above issues of procurement, I think this committee has spoken at great length, and we have heard them, around issues of the labor cases, which we keep on appealing and taking on review, and that is cost in itself. Maybe we need to re-strategize and consider these issues and look at a way whereby we can actually cut on those costs so that we can make sure that we retain the staff. There's also been suggestions around issues of salary cuts, and I believe engagements with staff members, there are staff members who will not have a problem with regard to the salary cut, so long as it's reasonable, so long as it's properly negotiated. Even salary cuts from at an executive level, that is an option. Even at a board level, we are willing to have a look at that because we sincerely want to deal with this issue. And we do not want to leave a legacy at SABC that we are the board that came, fired people heartlessly in the pursuit of some bottom line which can be achieved through other means. So I really think that it is important that those particular measures be considered and be taken into account, and that we need to further engage on the matter. And I think it is also quite critical that the South African public, the SABC staff, this committee, the deputy minister, the minister, the ADG, know that there are those of us on the board who really want to engage and resolve this matter. The back and forth is really not necessary. We need to actually apply ourselves, put a team together, deal with this issue as we have always done when there's a critical issue. There was a special committee of the board that dealt with the turnaround, and because of the magnitude of this matter, there needs to be a special committee of the board that deals with this matter so that we don't just leave it to the executives, we interact with them, we guide them, we make sure that this matter is resolved and is resolved within track record time. We are also running a very serious threat. There has been a communique from the staff indicating that they intend on going on a blackout. If within 48 hours this matter is not resolved, we'll have a blackout. Now, on one hand, we've posted losses of over $500 million. Then we run the prospect that we could have a blackout, which will then spiral us further into financial difficulty. Whereas this is an issue where we can step back and say as a board, you know what, we've reconsidered the new facts on the table. Let us apply our mind. Let's go back to the drawing table. Let's speak to the stakeholders. And then, Chair, if I can just be allowed just to deal, I know the Honourable Van Dam directed a few issues and few questions in relation to me specifically. And I think it will be remiss of me not to actually respond to those specific issues. Now, I just wanted to say, Honourable Van Dam, with all due respect, I have listened to your input, and it really worries me that it seems you are attacking Black women. In your entire submission, your attacks were directed at 3 Black women: the minister, the deputy minister, and now me. And I don't know if this doesn't worry you, that you seem to be pulling down Black women. And I don't understand why. And I mean, you even tweeted about me being toxic.
Chairperson.
I don't understand where that comes from.
Chairperson.
It's very unfortunate that you would have such a view. Instead of looking at the strength of the woman, you want to weaken her.
Just hold the Deputy Chair of the Board. What point are you raising, Honorable Van Dam?
So this ma'am here is basically accusing me of racism. Are you going to let that slide?
This
Honorable Van Dam, maybe if you can just explain that point so that she also understands what you mean.
Maybe, I don't know what her problem is, but judging from her history, wherever she's gone, chaos has followed and toxicity. That's what she's known for in the public sector. So instead of responding to what her failures are, she chooses to hide behind being a Black woman, like I'm not a Black woman. People like that cheapen the struggle of Black women by trying to hide their incompetence behind being a Black woman.
Okay, Honorable, I want you to talk.
I am only attacking racism.
To the racism question. What is the point that you are raising?
The point is you are letting her paint me as racist, like you allow that other member to be xenophobic towards me. If she doesn't have any ideas, then she should keep quiet.
Now let's agree that's
not cheapen the struggle of Black women to hide your incompetence.
Using the point of order to still make the point you are saying is on Twitter. Honorable Mulala, what point are you raising? Because I want to still allow the Deputy Chair to continue.
Can we allow the Deputy Chair and then finish? Because I was listening to Honorable Van Dam's point of order. It's not racism. I mean, she's talking about 3 Black women. She's also Black. So what is racist about it? So can we proceed and listen to the Deputy Chair and then so that we can hear what we say?
Yeah, Chair. As I said, Honorable Mulala, that point was not a point of order, but she wanted to make a point which she has already made, and I have allowed the Deputy Chair of the Board to proceed.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
What is the point of order, Honorable Majosi?
Chair, I'm raising on a point of order that we cannot discuss issues of social media. Who said what on social media? We are discussing matters that are arising in this committee. And when we address issues, we must address issues of this committee, not of who said what in the social media. That is not what we're on about here. Thanks.
Honorable Majosi, I heard you, but again, you were making a point. A referral to something that's in the public domain would necessarily not mean that the committee is engaged in that, but it's a point of reference. Deputy Chair, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Van Dam, if you really cared about the issues and the staff at SABC, I would have expected you to address the systematic ongoing bullying of staff that is happening at SABC. All you have to do is open a newspaper every Sunday. You will see staff members have been dismissed, staff members have gone to CCMA, the SABC has taken cases on review, taken cases on appeal, has done all sorts of things. I mean, a person reaches a point where this becomes too much. We understand that there were issues of unlawful, of irregular appointments, there are historical issues, there was the Public Protector's report. But at what point do we stop and start saying we need to get on with the work? There are some people on the board who've been on this board for more than 3 years. And still, we are still chasing ghosts. I really think at some point, people must consider that people are human beings, they have hearts, and they have families to feed. And to then take money from a bailout and pursue all sorts of labor issues, I don't think it's in the best interest of SABC. And I would expect you as a public representative to have raised these issues and dealt with them and come up with some recommendation, or even if you don't come up with a recommendation because you say you don't have a say, but to actually raise concerns and hold us to account, especially considering the cost implications and the fact that it's having an impact on our bottom line. You also say, Honorable Van Dam, that I've breached laws and I've breached the code of conduct of the SABC. I think you've forgotten one fundamental issue, and you call yourself a Democrat. I have a democratic right to speak my views and to speak them without fear. And you go as far as to threaten me on a public forum. It really saddens me that a public representative could say to me that you will make sure. That amounts to a threat. That amounts to a threat.
I
have a
certainly
democratic
make
right.
sure you're held accountable for breaking the law.
That is
Can't
still
you
a threat, and I
Honorable
have
Van Dam.
not broken any law.
Honorable Van Dam, I'm still chairing the meeting, and if
She's
continue that,
misbehaving, Madam.
please, ICT would have to assist. And I
Sorry,
thought
Chair,
that
sorry, Chair,
you
sorry.
want solutions to problems,
Yes.
and you now sideshows. Please, let's focus on the point. Please.
Yes, Chair, I'm actually
move
reaching
towards
the
your
end of my
conclusion.
point.
Chair.
I just wanted to respond to the issues. I'm actually reaching the end of my point. And Chair, if I was to equally threaten the member, I would be in a lot of trouble. So I unfortunately cannot return the threat. But Chair, I'd like to say, people should not think because they're members of parliament, they can abuse ordinary citizens like ourselves, especially people who are in public office. It is really, really sad that when a person sits in public office where they're given a position of responsibility, they then take it as a position whereby they can issue threats. I've breached no law. I've breached no code. I have not spoken about board secrets in any public forum. I have spoken the truth of the position that I hold, and I have a constitutional right to speak, whether or not I sit on a board, and I have a fiduciary duty, and I will continue to speak about it, where I believe the issue is critical and very important for me to speak on. And then just as a last issue, Chair, I think this, what the honorable member said about the breach of laws and breach of the board charter, I find it very, very interesting that she is actually almost verbatim presenting an argument that was presented by one of my fellow board members on our WhatsApp group this afternoon, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Michael Markovitz. It then makes me wonder, really, who is actually making the submission? Are board issues now being translated and being presented to this portfolio committee? If that is the case, Chair, or are people representing other board members' views? If that is the case, Chair, I think it's highly regrettable. And if the member disputes that, I am willing to read the WhatsApp message to this committee, and then the committee can be the judge of that. Thank you, Chair.
What is the point of order, Honorable Van Dam? If I give to Mr. Markovich.
You don't want to protect me. I have to protect myself. Now here, I don't know the law. I get briefed by board members because I can't think for myself. Is that something you're going to allow?
No, Honorable
Because I
Van Dam.
don't know the law. I must be briefed by SABC board members because I don't know what's going on.
No, Honorable Van Dam, the member was responding to the matters that you personally directed to her, and she was clarifying the point as far as she understands. And I'm just saying, I'm worried that we may degenerate to more of sideshows, and that's not what we should be doing in the committee.
No, I finished, Chair. Thank you.
I'm going to allow the board member, Michael Markovitz, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. I think it's actually quite a sad day for the SABC board for it to come to this. And the Deputy Chair has made allegations which are completely unfounded. I've never shared anything with anyone from our board WhatsApp group, and I won't get into that level. But what I will say is that when, one put up one's hand to serve on this board in 2017, one came to a board and we were appointed by this honourable committee to try and solve the problems of an organization that had been hollowed out and destroyed in many respects. One has spent most of one's adult life fighting for public broadcasting, and one wants to serve and commit to sorting out the problems of the SABC. I also look at some of the statements that our Honourable President and our Honourable Finance Minister have said about building a competent, capable state, about SOEs no longer being a drain on the fiscus. And I think that everything that we have done since we've got on the board has to be try to find what are the solutions to solving the SABC's problem. I do not agree with the characterization of facts by the Deputy Chair. And I will say this, while the Deputy Chair might say she has a constitutional right to speak, no one is doubting that, but boards are subject to very strict governance arrangements. What would happen, Honourable Chair, if every time there was a vote on every board, every single board in this country where the minority disagreed with the majority, they felt, well, because they've got a constitutional right, they can go out and just disagree contrary to board's prescripts and actually reveal how many people voted that way and how many people voted that way. Let's leave aside the fact that it's to do with retrenchments. It could be on any matter. And I would put it to this committee that unless there is a matter involving corruption or fraud by a board, it is not open to board members to now just breach board etiquette and get out there and say what they think and go on all media platforms on today and actually effectively criticize her colleagues who may have voted in favor of the restructuring. So I just want to place that on the record that I do not agree that because one has a right of freedom of expression, that trumps the normal board etiquette about how we deal with matters. I'm a Democrat. I've lost many votes on many boards. But that doesn't mean to say I will go out the next day and phone a journalist and say, well, I don't agree with the majority. Boards will collapse, organizations will collapse. We've just come out of an era where, and we've just seen it at the Zondo Commission, about how many boards had their lawful, valid resolutions subverted because other people didn't agree with it, even if the resolution was lawfully made. And I also want to say that, you know, for me, when we looked at the situation at the SABC in 2018, and remember we tried to go through this process in 2018, colleagues resigned, the board became incorrect, we had to start again. We looked at the situation, the SABC is technically insolvent. As directors of a company, we have a fiduciary duty to look at the situation and say, how is it possible to sustain this organization without addressing the cost base? It's simple in business, revenue and cost. And when you look at our cost base, no one can argue that it is a sustainable cost base. On the question of the SABC not following process, we've heard many of the honorable members saying it. The Deputy Chair has said it on many media platforms. I put it to people that if the SABC has not followed process, then it is open to the unions using the Labour Relations Act, which is what is designed by our founding mothers and fathers to manage conflict in the labour situation, to make sure that there's a proper process, that if an employer needs to retrench for operational reasons, they follow a process. Everyone says the SABC hasn't followed a process. What I haven't heard is what factually has the SABC not followed. And I think it's those who allege breach of process must bring facts. It's easy to make those accusations, but we have not seen facts, and the unions obviously have a right. If they want to go to court, they can go to court. I think that one thing that I simply cannot understand, and I feel it's tragic, it's absolutely tragic for people to lose jobs after years and years and years of SABC's malfeasance, corporate governance failures, an absolute disregard for every single principle that one would run a business, that we are the ones who've effectively arrived on the scene of a car crash and are being blamed for the car crash. And I think that's quite unfair. We've all put up our hands to be public servants and to try and solve these problems. And I think when you look around us, when you look at SAA, when you look at Denel, those are boards that weren't able to take the tough decisions. And those are boards that are now, look at where they are today. No one says this is easy. No one says this is not an emotional situation. And I absolutely feel for the people, not just in the news division, but in all the divisions that may be facing this. But when people say this is not the last resort, we've been dealing with this, Honorable Chair, for 2 years. The SABC made a loss of 500 million rand. We are projected to make a loss of 1.2 billion rand. At what point does a director who's carrying personal liability not put up their hand and say, well, you know, if we don't take the tough decision, are we going to be declared delinquent down the line when this thing collapses? We have to look at the situation in a very, very calm and focused way. And I think we've tried to do that. I've never looked at the board as a minority and a majority thing. Once a board decision is taken, it is a decision of the board. It is not a decision of the majority of the board. We are a collective, and that's how boards work, and that is how I understand governance. And I want to say, Chair, that when we came and looked at the situation on how to sort out the SABC, one of the first things that we had to do was to appoint a highly competent, excellent management team. And I'll go so far as to say, Honorable Chair, that the management team of the SABC, led by our GCO, I would actually vouch that is one of the best, most professional, competent management team in any public enterprise in South Africa today, that we are very, very lucky to have them. And I think what's important is that when a board trusts a management to implement a process, we have to trust that they will do it, because if we interfere, how do we hold them accountable? Because they can then just say, well, you know, you didn't let us do it. It's very important to separate out operational responsibility from oversight. The board has approved a resolution. It mandated management to act. Management has implemented. They must sort it out and they must deal with it. And I also, this question of we must consult and we must engage. I don't know of any other way in the Labor Relations Act to consult other than Section 189. There is no lawful way to retrench people in this country other than consulting in Section 189. And we have consulted through the management team for over 120 days, over 16 engagements, presented many, many thousands of pages of documents to the unions. And eventually the management team decided that this is now time to implement. And obviously, Honorable Chair, you know, I think it's actually quite unseemly that this has happened. I really do believe that if boards are going to succeed in this country, few things need to happen. There needs to be a trust in the board that they've applied themselves to do the right thing, that we need to believe in the management teams. I know, you know, one journalist wrote a while ago when people were resigning from SAA and from Eskom, that SOEs have become the slaughterhouse of Black executives. And it's true, because when we are trying to attract top executives, Black executives to SOEs, when they get treated like this, after all they have done is followed and implemented board resolutions, how can we expect, Honorable Chair, to attract the best talent in this country to ensure that we turn around the SOEs, which by our admission of our own government, our president and our Minister of Finance, that the problem with the SOEs is the single thing that can break this economy. What we have tried to do, Chair, and I'll wrap up, what we have tried to do in good faith is to follow a lawful process. We are a board of processes and valid procedures. We have tried our best to think of every possible solution. But unfortunately, when you've got a situation of spending 2.83 billion rand on staff costs, and you're only spending actually a billion on content, it's very difficult to turn around a broadcasting business like this. I really would hope that our colleagues who disagree with and I don't even want to say the majority of the board, I want to say the board, because the board adopts a resolution. And I really think we need to reflect as colleagues and as members and say, South Africa is looking at us now. Many investors will be looking at how the SABC handles this. They will say, if this is going to happen to the SABC, when it tries to do this with these 400 retrenchments, what hope does the CEO of Eskom or any of other SOEs have in sorting out some of their challenges? I think the public has got a right to ask why the SABC should be coming for bailouts. We don't want to get bailouts. We want to be sustainable. And I think that the Treasury approved turnaround plan, which was approved by Treasury, which was approved by the Department of Communications, is being implemented by our highly competent and skilled management. Nothing is going to be perfect, Honorable Chair, but I really believe that trust is the key. And I would really urge the honorable members to trust the board, to trust the management that it is doing its absolute best to turn around what is a national treasure, and that nothing is being done that could have been avoided. It simply is not the case. And I really would wish that from a board point of view, that we get the collective back together, that we do what we've agreed to do, and actually try and make South Africa proud in turning around an institution that millions of people rely on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is it Papaya M?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that Durban is in the middle of an electric storm. So if I do go a bit scratchy, I might have to stop. Firstly, it's wonderful to be back since this committee appointed me to the board, and since I made promise to serve with honor and pride to turn the SABC around. I'm not going to go into what my colleague Michael Markowitz has pointed out, because I think it's a moot point. I think it's important that after the deputy chair took to the airwaves today, we suddenly got a meeting set for tomorrow. So hopefully that meeting can resolve many of the differences, and a meeting of minds, so that it takes into consideration all of the many voices, the concerns that have been echoed, not just by the public of South Africa, not by the lobby groups, but also by our staff, because fundamentally they are the ones we report to, they are the ones we serve. If they don't trust us going forward, then we don't have an SABC that we can turn around. So that is important. And it's important to let the Honorable Van Dam know that the grandstanding of the deputy chair today did result in that meeting happening. Because for your information, Chair of this committee and this House, all meetings at this critical time were cancelled, were postponed till 2020, because the executive felt that their hands were full and they could not meet with the board. But now we realize, after we saw what the staff went on air, the trauma, it brought back very dark memories. It brought back an SABC that was fractured, and it shocked not just me, but many other colleagues in the journalism fraternity to say, Miss Papaya, you are the chair of the SABC's News and Editorial Subcommittee. What are you doing about those traumatized staff? You heard it in their voices. Yes, many lobbyists went on to say that kind of behavior must not be tolerated. That's questionable, given the circumstances that both management, the editor-in-chief of the SABC, by the way, the editorial policy did change the title to editor-in-chief. So the editor-in-chief, the COO, and the GEHR meeting with the staff for all of South Africa to see. And what we saw was a very traumatized staff. Now, we can't walk away from that and pretend that did not happen. So what action has to follow is that we must learn to listen. Now, when I came before this subcommittee that appointed me, one of the things I said was that if I stood alone and I stood by myself to speak out against an injustice without breach of all the processes that everybody's mentioned, without breach of procedures, then I must do what it takes to make sure that those voices are heard. So we go into the meeting tomorrow with promise that all voices will be heard. We might have taken decisions, colleague Michael Markovitz, but that does not mean that we can still listen to the fact that there might be other avenues. And I'm very proud to say that I was one of the nuisance voices and the minorities on this decision, because I do believe that members here this evening asked us what alternative and more creative strategies from a broadcasting perspective, from a public broadcast mandate position, did you look at to come to conclusion? I think there's areas for improvement. There are always areas for improvement. And what I heard today, I want to talk to the specificities that several of the members raised. You asked us, what role does the board play in the public service mandate? So for the board to deliver on the public service mandate, it has to be an efficient board. It has to be a board that is enabled. It has to be a board that has leadership. It has to be a board that recognizes a diversity of voices, both men and women. It has to be a board that is agile. And hopefully, now that this committee has pronounced on some of the shortcomings that you perceive, we can take that into consideration and at the meetings going forward, not just tomorrow, but for our foreseeable term, say, how do we improve on those inconsistencies, perceived or not? Because the bottom line is, all of us here, and yourself, honorable members, want to learn. And if we made mistakes, we must own up to it. And if we know that we can do better, we must be provided with an enabling environment to do better. And I think some of the questions that you asked us have given us opportunity to say we have the elbow room in which to do better. So that is the kind of public mandate the board can deliver on. And those are the efficiencies we have to look at. It is not without trying. Honorable Van Dam, you said you are sick, and I'm not going to quote you, but you alluded to the fact you don't want to hear that the board and the minister and the deputy minister are at odds. We heard you. So we will close that gap going forward. We will make sure that the board has regular meetings with the shareholder, not just the chair, not just subcommittees of the chair. Yes, the executives from an operational level will, as the ADG said, meet. But it is incumbent on this board to also see how it can close that gap. And that's something I would like to look at and give promise that we would look at more consistently. Secondly, the question was asked by the Honorable Pambo, I think it is, on the trauma of the staff and what we saw. Now, not all of us may agree with how the staff dealt with the matter in the newsroom, but we saw what was there. And going forward, it is incumbent that we address those matters, because what we can't allow is for the core business of the SABC, and that is news and editorial, to experience a blackout. I was shocked when someone told me that the COO might have inadvertently said that when we have a blackout, can't we get the crossing of our competitor, ENCA. Now, that might have been an allegation, but that's how people are perceiving things. There's a whole lot of stuff being thrown about. So we have to close those gaps. We have to listen, and we have to make sure that the staff and what they're saying is taken into consideration. We cannot. The public mandate does not allow us to have a blackout. The public of South Africa requires us to stay on air. This committee requires us to stay on air, and we will stay on air. Another question was on the issue of the news division and how we deal with the fractured scenario that we saw. That is going to call for people to talk to each other. That means that the staff of the news team, of the news division, must be given a hearing. I think attempts were made to do that, which is why we heard what we heard and why we had the outcome. That is engagement. We might not like what we saw, we might not agree with it, but engagement is good, because if we don't have engagement, we're not a democracy. If we don't speak freely and we're not allowed to speak freely, then we're not a democracy. Then we might as well become an authoritative broadcaster, a state broadcaster, because that is the past that we had. The public broadcaster that reports to the public of South Africa and works within the mandate of a democracy will allow for fruitful engagement. And that is something I would like to continue with. And thanks to this, the input from all on this committee, I may not always agree with you, but I think you have made very valid points. And that's what we will do going forward. On the issue of creative strategies, I think the Deputy Chair raised some of those creative strategies that we can look at. And I think the GCEO would bear witness to this. On the revenue side, we continuously speak about traditional versus classical versus non-traditional revenue generation opportunities. Digital being used as an option and a platform to seek revenue. I think we've raised this a whole lot of times. And I must say there is an improvement there because we've asked the right questions. So yes, for those wanting to know what the board does and how it delivers, we do that by asking the right questions, providing the oversight. Sometimes those questions are not allowed to be asked because some people on the board are of the opinion that we're interfering in operations. I and others will continue to ask these questions because that is what is expected of us. That is what this committee said to me when you appointed me. You said I must provide oversight. I can only provide oversight when I ask questions and when sometimes I ask difficult questions. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity. So who is going to be held accountable for where we are? Colleague Michael Markovitz spoke about fiduciary duty, about being declared delinquent. I think that is a debate that we can have until the cows come home. What is important is, what is the role of the board in how we landed at this point, at this juncture? If fiduciary duty and a fear of being declared delinquent means that we must not address this issue, then that is the board being hamstrung by its own processes and procedures. So I think there is room there for the board to now look at who must be held accountable for us not delivering on what we should have delivered on. Who must be held accountable for what the public of South Africa saw and witnessed? The SABC, the national broadcaster, the public broadcaster making the news headlines when in fact it should have been the other way around, keeping the people of South Africa informed about what it needs to deliver on, content, news, current affairs that is affirming, that is empowering. The Broadcast Act says what it should do. The editorial policy talks about content. That is what we should be asking ourselves. And if we as the board are now being told deliver on your mandate, then that's an investigation we must look at and launch into to see how we reach this point and who needs to be held accountable. If it's us as the board that needs to be held accountable, we must then find a way of making sure it doesn't happen. If it's the executives that must be held accountable, then so be it. We must do what the board has to do. And like colleague Markovits said, can people on the board work together to look at these things? Similarly, we asking, can you come and meet us halfway tomorrow so that we can also establish what accountability means and who has to be held accountable? On the issue of the questions raised about the misleading of staff and unions and how the whole process, the labor process, was handled. You see, there are things called laws, but there's also things called how do you engage once you've started the process of engagement. Do you speak with forked tongue, or do you speak with transparent, sincere and open-mindedness? I think this committee wants us to be honest. A lot of you said tonight the SABC is not giving us information. The Constitution of South Africa, freedom of expression, the mandate of the Constitution, which governs the fundamentals of what the SABC has to deliver on, calls for us to talk to each other and to engage with each other in common purpose, in transparent manner, in sincere manner, so that in executing what we feel we should execute on, we get the buy-in of the very people who are affected. That is why some of us are saying we didn't support Section 189 as a last resort. We didn't say we didn't want a fat cat inherited poor governance past SABC left to rot. We didn't say that. The minority didn't say we want an inherited SABC that's so bloated to be left like that. We didn't. When we took over, we recorded as the new board, and I'm not talking about the members who were there before, the 2018 members. I'm talking about the 2019 members. We came in with new, fresh ideas. And what did we do, committee? You appointed us. What did we do? We made sure we presented a strategy working together through committee to deliver on a turnaround strategy that allowed the bailout so that we could pay our debtors, so that we could implement digitalization. That is a debate for another day. Where are we with the digital process? And I think engagement with the shareholder going forward will take us closer to that aspect. That is something we have to look at. We delivered on elections that independent parties said were the best they've ever seen the SABC deliver on. That made us proud. We earned the trust of the public because the public stopped trusting the SABC, and the news division delivered on that. So that is something we delivered on, and that is a big plus. We also delivered and showed that right up until the Section 189 process fractured the board as it did the previous board when members resigned, that we could work as a collective unit. The manner in which the process of Section 189 was put to the board is what fractured the board. So when we go forward, we now as a board has to say, colleagues, we must admit where we've made mistakes, we must admit where we've been wrong, and we must put it right. And we have to listen to each other. We can't be dictated to. The minority can't be dictated to, nor can the majority be dictated to. We must learn to listen And I think that is where leadership comes into play. So maybe the chair needs to also understand that we expect a whole lot of him. And the expectations we have for the chair is that he must be able to guide us in equal manner. What this committee must also know is that the women on the board, the strong voices, the nuisance voices, felt that our voices weren't heard. And in order for us to help our staff to turn the SABC around, we needed to be heard. So when we were treated like second-class citizens, and when you're Black, you also feel that you're being double-sworded in a way, because first you're a woman, then you're Black, and you're treated in unequal manner by your male colleagues, to your male colleagues. We called for a gender sensitivity workshop that we'll have in January so that we can create an enabling environment. So that's something else we delivered on. Despite the odds, we asked for it, we're getting it. But yes, there's a lot more we need to do. And the committee is absolutely right. We need to go back as a board and say, how do we close these gaps? And how do we take the SABC forward? Now, the big question here is, in 48 hours, we threatened with a blackout, right? So we can stick to our guns and we can say, well, the labor relations pursuit says this is the only way we can have the outcome. But a blackout by the public broadcaster at a time that is so critical in our country's history. We're all hearing about the Zondo Commission. People want to know what's happening there. The public wants to know. They pay a TV license. You can't give them a blackout. If we talk about having contingency plans in place. Now, I was one of those who asked, well, if we did have contingency plans in place, would we have had the situation that we had yesterday? I don't think so. I think there needs to be areas of improvement there. And as a board, we need to hold people, our executives, accountable. This is not to say that we don't appreciate what they do. We do appreciate what they do. And I've been saying it. I think the deputy chair said it. Other members on the board, Prof. Sats Cooper, Advocate Lekala, all of us have shown appreciation. Minutes will show that we have said, well done, when it has been deserved. So we must not come here and now say, oh, that there are members of the board who don't, or insert that members of the board don't appreciate what the executives are doing, or that they're not doing the best that they can. We have said it. We'll continue to say it when they've done well and they've delivered on stuff. And the new incumbents and the new appointments will tell you that we've told them. Where revenue has improved, we've told them. Where television programming has improved, we've told them. And we will continue to do that. On the issue of the skills audit and the TOM that everyone spoke about, yeah, we're just in the dark as well. We haven't seen departmental structures. So like the staff who are asking for the departmental structures, how you're going to fill it, I think that's an area that our executives, whoever's leading the process, has to also brief some of us on the board and take us department by department by department. And that's what the staff is saying. And that's what some on the labor is saying is, tell us and explain to us how you're going to fill these organizational structures. How will the news department look? What face or person is going to fit in that organogram? The same is being said in all other departments, technology and so on and so forth. What people are saying is you can't retrench and then go afterwards and fill it. I think there's legitimacy in those kinds of questions. And I think we need to be upfront about it. And we need to give voice to those who want to know more and allow them to ask those difficult questions. Believe you me, all of you know me. You probably know where I come from. I am not afraid of taking difficult questions. And I promise to difficult decisions or conflicting decisions. When this board appointed me, I said, if I have to stand alone, when this committee appointed me, I said, if I have to stand alone, I will stand alone. I'm not afraid. So let it not be cast on anyone that those of us who did not agree to Section 189 as a last resort, as the only resort, was afraid to take a difficult decision. No, excuse me, we weren't. We were just brave and had the courage of our convictions to say there were alternatives. And I think some of you here do agree with us. On the issue of the skills audit, issues of natural attrition, redundancies, and so on and so forth. Members, you are right. That's honorable members. Those are issues that we have to look at before we go to the final resort. And I think that the final outcome of Section 189, we need to look at that. We are not saying overturn or topple board decisions. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we don't want the SABC to have a blackout. We don't want to have laborious labor court action because that's going to affect the morale of the staff. It's going to affect the SABC and how we work. So we all care about the SABC. It's a national asset. So what do we do going forward? There is room for improvement, and we have to look at that. In terms of the issue of there was the provinces. One of the problems I personally had with the TOM was this linking of provinces. I live in KwaZulu-Natal. I can tell you that people in KwaZulu-Natal will not want to report to Cape Town. People in KwaZulu-Natal will not want to lose their autonomy as a region of the national public broadcaster. So those are some things we have to look at. So there's room for improvement in looking at those areas. So my final point, and thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, is that you've spoken. We had the meetings with the shareholder last night. The public of South Africa has spoken. We've listened. We've got a meeting. We've been asking for meetings for a while. We couldn't make quorum because we are a minority, but now we got a meeting for tomorrow. We will go to that meeting with great honor, with respect. We were asked, by the way, this evening, if we will, by our chairperson, if we'll be available for a meeting. We asked for a meeting for yesterday, we couldn't get it. We asked for a meeting before that, we couldn't get it. But now that we've got it, we promise we will go to the meeting and we'll fill all these gaps. And we will look at positive outcome and how we can work together going forward so that when we come back to you next time, and thank you for inviting the board, then some of us on the board, because I was feeling that really left out, that you didn't like me or something, because I was never invited to come and address you since you appointed me. But thank you for the opportunity. I will hope that when we come back next, we'll come back with more purpose, more vigor, more vision, and more creative spirit, and speak in common understanding of this national asset that we all want to save, and the public broadcaster that we all want to be proud of. I thank each of you, and I thank my colleagues. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
I have two hands before we go to those that the Chair would have indicated they will respond after board members would have spoken. Dikem Mohuba, if I pronounce properly, followed by Jasmine Patel. So those are hands that have been up.
Sorry, I could just make a suggestion if you don't mind.
What suggestion? Let me listen, Honorable Fandam.
I'm just worried that what we are entertaining now is the representation of two factions in the SABC, which is not what we appointed. I listened carefully to Ms. Papaya, and I thought what she was saying was sound, of a commitment for the board to work together. But now what is a to and froing between two different factions, I don't know if that's something we should allow, Chair, because we didn't appoint two factions in the SABC board. We appointed one board, and I think we must go back, sort the issues out, and come back and speak in unison. I don't see the point of engaging different people from different factions. It's just not what we appointed. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
No, thanks, Honorable Van Dam. I note your point, but remember that the committee would have asked that we see the whole board,
yes,
because there were also matters raised. Okay. At this point in time, as I point to members of the board, I will not be privy to any of the factions in the board, but it also helps the committee to understand the functioning of the board. Please bear with me. I'm ensuring that that mandate of the committee is executed. As I said, I had 2 members that were to speak, and therefore allow the board, those that the board chair would have said would speak to specific questions. What is the point, Honorable Pam?
I think maybe
I've noted DK Muhuba and Patel from the board. You are the remaining ones. Honorable Pambo, I've just given you an opportunity. You were saying you are raising a point. I was still listening. I just wanted that the board members don't think I've ignored that they wanted to speak.
No, that's fine. I'm not going to be one who is averse to board members speaking, but equally, I think maybe I might have been failed by the system. But it's important that, okay, I'll allow that the board members speak and then I'll speak afterwards. I think it's fine. Let me respect the process, Chair.
Okay, no, it's good if you do that, but we can hear you. You are still in the system. Honorable members, as I said, I'll just give the 2 and then we'll allow the board. It's very important that we are patient with each other and listen to all views. It helps the committee as it gives a way forward after this. I said DK Muhuba, if I pronounce you well. That's the hand I saw, followed by Jasmine Patel. And thereafter we take
Chair, you pronounce my name very well, and thanks very much for giving me this opportunity, and greetings to all honorable members. I just want to clarify some few issues as I was listening to some colleagues speaking, and I want to put something to rest and assure committee members that we don't have a faction in the board. We've got divergent views. And in the board, I had colleagues speaking about minority, and I had colleagues speaking about majority. I don't know of this kind of an arrangement. I know the board of the SABC, and then I'll always refer to the board decisions. Whether we agree or we are differing is the nature of a democracy, is the nature of a debate. You can't agree on anything, on everything. Like in the process of Section 189, there are those that are supporting Section 189, and there are those that are not supporting, but majority decided otherwise. But let me come back here. I'm not speaking in order to win votes or to win whatever. But at the end of the day, as we sit here, we're dealing with the lives of the people, and the lives of the people who invested their lives at the SABC for more than 30 years. And what is the viable solution that we have in order to make the process seamless, in order to make the process acceptable? The blame syndrome, I'm not at that level. I'm not at the level of blame syndrome. I think I've grown to a level whereby I don't want to blame anyone in terms of who said what in the board and who did not say what in the board. I think maybe it can come as we sit ourselves in the board when we blame each other. But when we walk out of the board, whether we disagree or we don't disagree, the majority prevails. That is the situation. But we need a solution into this problem. it is true that we need the survival of the SABC. And I find it very uncomfortable to always be referred to as the former remaining members of the board and the new members of the board. I feel very uncomfortable about that, and I would prefer that colleagues should continue to appraise this committee as board members, because that will feed the narrative of a faction if we continue to label ourselves as minority and majority and all of the things. It is not helping the situation, and it cannot help the situation. All of us, we need the survival of the SABC as a national asset. There are people whose lives are gone in the protection of this national asset. We went through a process whereby when we joined this board in 2017, some of us, we were given a very clear mandate, and documents are proving that this is what we are supposed to do. And I want colleagues to say, this is the board, this is what we were not supposed to have done. And I want to be blamed for doing something that I was not supposed to be doing. That is why even during the time when we remained as 4, and when we were persuaded to resign, and I said, this is about my credibility as DK Muhuba, as a national person also. I cannot resign when I don't know what I have done wrong. I'm not resigning, and I'm sitting here, and I know the process that must be followed in terms of removing me as a board member. I know that very well, and I watched the processes in the past. So hence, I decided not to resign, together with other board members, to feed the narrative that the other board members who had resigned, they were feeling discomfort and everything. I don't know about that. Fortunately, all of them are still alive, and if the committee wants to interview them, they can go and interview them. I take it that the CEO, the CFO, will deal with the matter of the bailout. There is an insinuation that says the bailout money is used for other things. One of the things that we do as a board, which we entrusted to the management of the SABC, was not to touch the bailout money for any other thing. The records are there. The records are there in terms of how bailout money was utilized. And in the annexures that were sent to Parliament in the 61-page document, that is very clear. Members of Parliament, the ministry, and everyone else can go and check and say, here you are wrong. You did not use the bailout money correctly. And we will take full responsibility if we did not hold the executive accountable in terms of that bailout money. And I want this issue to be pursued, Chair, of the bailout money, how it was utilized, vis-a-vis what the other members have been saying about the bailout money. I want this issue to be pursued so that we have a closure to it. And it should not be used as a point scoring kind of an issue. Chair, we all know the Section 189, and I said to the minister and the team and the board yesterday, it's a very uncomfortable, an emotional kind of a process, uncomfortable situation, causing emotion even to us. And the executive, I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I'm speaking as a member of the HR committee and who also was part of the members who presented the report to the board. And I still want any of the board members to say to the executive, in terms of the law, this is what you did not do correctly in terms of Section 189. And if that can be shown, that in terms of Section 189, this is the process that you did not follow, I can promise you I will be able to review my decision in support of Section 189. Show me the law, show me the process, show me the sections that the executives did not do correctly, because these matters get processed not only at the board level, they get processed at the committee level. By the time we get out of the committee, we're in unison. By the time we get out of the board, we're in unison. Chair, I need evidence. And if that evidence can come, fellow board members must show us the evidence so that we assist the executives in the management of this process as we move towards a solution. Chair, meetings were cancelled, Chair. And meetings were cancelled, Chair. And I wrote an email to colleagues and say, colleagues, if we call a meeting every week, when are the executives going to be able to implement the decisions of the board? And I still maintain that we cannot be involved in operational matters. We cannot be involved in operational matters. That is a fact. We are a board. We must hold the executives accountable. But if we distract them from implementing the decisions that the board had taken, we are wrong. And I'm saying this, Chair, and because I heard people talking about the Zondo Commission, and I talked about the Zondo Commission in the meeting of yesterday, and then we have actually been educated. We were educated, if you look at the observations about the parameters of management and the parameters of the board. We have to allow the executive to do their work. If we are not learning anything out of the Zondo Commission, and if we have not learned anything from the Public Protector's report in terms of a report that is titled "When Governance Fails," it means we don't qualify to sit in this board and proudly say we are board members. And if we sit in this board chair, and then we don't respect the board charter, we don't respect the board etiquette, we do as we wish, we don't qualify to be board members. I'm very, very sorry, we don't qualify to be board members. You know, I just want to say something, and I'm talking as an HR member in terms of the animal called Tom. Tom followed processes. And I'll give you the details of how Tom came. When the Tom was presented to us for the very first time, I can share my comments that I made on the Tom with fellow committee members. And I said to the executive, no, this is not correct. Go and work this thing out. And I made valuable comments. And some of the board members, I even sent my comments to them so that we hold these people accountable. By the time when we got into the board, we defunded the Tom and the board agreed to it. And I don't want to speak about minority and majorities. And I'm talking about the board. And there were questions asked, and the executives were mandated to go back and do the work. And there was an agreement in the board that HR and REM committee should be able to monitor the implementation of the process. And I'm talking about the board, and I don't want to say minority and majority. The issue of the departmental structure that is spoken about, Chairperson, if you want the departmental structure that was presented to the board, there were two areas I recall very well. I recall very well that the board was not comfortable about. One that I can recall now, it was the SCM. And we said, SCM, you can't have a situation whereby you only have managers and you don't have people that are reporting to you. Go and work this thing. And the CFO said, let me go and do some benchmarking with other SOEs so that I can come back with a report. And that is how you hold the management accountable. There was a structure, there was a duplication somewhere in terms of HR. And remember, we're dealing with the legacy of people who were appointed without positions, which this very same parliament, with this very same committee, had said to us, deal with the legacy of Saudi, where people were just being appointed to the position without the position being budgeted for. And we're acting on the basis of what this parliament has said to us through all these processes of the inquiry. Unless the mandate has changed, the parliament must advise us that we should not be able to do this because the mandate has changed. And then we're complying with the mandate of the parliament. We're complying with the recommendations of the public protector. We're complying with what the ad hoc committee had decided, and Parliament adopted the report of the ad hoc committee. We are dealing with what Treasury is telling us to do in terms of as many workshops as possible that we had with the GTEC. I was saying something, Chairperson, and I hope the GCEO is listening to me. And I said, the GCEO, as we were listening in the meeting yesterday, it is as if there is no communication between the SABC and the ministry in terms of these issues. Can you pile all the records, go and pile all the records and minutes of the meetings and the days where you met with the department? Because if you have not done that, it means the department was correct that it was not briefed. But when you came to the board, you said to us, we met with the department, and because people are mentioning names here, and we met with the department in terms of the structure that we have established on monthly basis, which is the Treasury and the DCDT representatives, and for sure the DDG, who's responsible for SOE oversight, is available here to confirm that there has been some meetings. And if there were some meetings where members of the department were briefed about this, we should not come into this parliamentary committee and behave as if there has not been any communication. And if we are blamed for not having done certain things, I want us to produce evidence. And I will impress upon the management of the SABC to do the following: to produce the minutes of all the meetings that they had with Treasury and then with the Department of Communication and with the Department of Communication. I would love to have that, so that we say to Parliament, this is what we have actually produced. This is what our executives have told us. We have no problem. Chairperson and members, I can't appoint people and leave them in big positions with huge responsibility and decide not to trust them. Why do I appoint them? If we can learn to trust our executives and then know our space and tell me where they have gone wrong so that we are able to correct them. But just to say some unsubstantiated statement without evidence. Even Chairperson, one day if you think of dissolving this board has to go through a process to be dissolved. And because it shall be dealing with our credibilities as human beings, we shall be able to produce evidence to say, this is what we did. These are the minutes. Fortunately, we have got the records to show what we have done. And we should not change tune when we see the ministry. We should not change tune when we see parliamentary committees. We have served before a number of parliamentary committees. And for as long as we don't sustain the truth, lies have got short legs. One day, we are going to be embarrassed. And I don't want to be part of those people who will say to you that the bailout money was used for something else when they are not able to show evidence to this very same committee. And because in the board pack, in the pack that was sent to you with 61 pages, there is an attachment there. And that attachment has got how the bailout money has been utilized. You can go and verify and say to Muhuba and say to the chairperson of the board, why are you lying to the committee about 1, 2, 3? And I'm glad we are going to the meeting tomorrow, Chair. And the reason why the meetings were cancelled, and I said it before, is to allow the executive to implement the decisions of the board. And I can tell you that in that very same, I have said to the chairperson, I hope, and COSEC, I hope we are aware that we are going to a meeting, and in this meeting, the minister has not approved any additional meeting, and this is not going to be a paying meeting. It is going to be a non-paying meeting. And this is what we have said. And we go into this meeting tomorrow. And I want to, as I conclude, let's act as board members. Let's avoid this thing of minority and majority. Let's avoid this thing of former board members who refuse to resign when other board members. You know, when you say other board members resign because they feel uncomfortable, those board members are still alive. We served with them. We can call them to the meeting and say, did we create any animosity? The tapes are there. The COSEC can produce the tapes, and you listen to them, and you subscribe them, and you show me the evidence whereby certain board members were made uncomfortable. It's a very serious insult to some of us who joined this board in 2017 to say we made other board members uncomfortable. It is not correct. It is just that by the time there was a heated debate and other board members felt that they don't want to be part of this, they don't want to be tainted, they have played their part, and others were appointed in other boards, and they wrote letters to the president to resign. And as they wrote the letters to the president to resign, they indicated their reasons. Others were said, we are resigning for personal reasons. The others were saying, I'm resigning because I'm appointed to this other board. We still have got a relationship with those people because we worked very well with them. There was no animosity, but there was divergent views. There was diversity of ideas. And that is all. Chairperson, I have expressed myself, and I want to emphasize that we don't have factions in the board. We don't have us and them in the board. We don't have minority, we don't have majority in the board. We've got the board of the SABC. We differ where we differ. We agree where we agree. We applaud each other where we have done correctly. We reprimand each other. I remember in one meeting, Chair, I was out of line. And one board member said to me, let's maintain decorum. And realizing that I was out of line, I apologized to members because I'm discreet and civil. I'm discreet and civil, and it did not go anywhere in the newspapers. Lastly, what I want to address, Chair, is the question of information appearing in the newspapers. Every department in this country, every department appears in the newspapers, but the newspaper articles cannot determine the agenda of the what you call. Recently, we have seen what happened to the so-called Prophet Bushiri. The Department of Home Affairs is doing something. Justice is doing something. But at the SABC level, we communicate, we respond to the questionnaires. Unfortunately, critical matters that are discussed in the board end up sitting with the news editors and then giving them names of the people who made some contributions. We need to grow up and say to ourselves, leaking of the information to the media is not helping the cause to build the SABC, unless if we have got malicious intentions of making this public broadcaster to collapse. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure if it's...
I'm done, Chair.
Chairperson, are you missing? Chairperson, are you still on the line?
Unmute, Chair.
Honorable members, I think the chairperson is disconnected. Ms. Kupeka, if you can just take over whilst I'm trying to locate the chair.
Kubeka, continue, Honorable Kubeka.
Ms. Kupeka, are you there?
Ella, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you, ma'am. If you may proceed and to chair the meeting, I think the chairperson is disconnected. So if you can just proceed to chair the meeting.
Binding onto its receptor. Pfizer expects submitting for emergency use.
Okay. Can I just check? Is there anyone who was supposed to speak? Okay, it was Demo Huber and Jasmine.
And then if Ms. Patel was due to speak after Mr. Muhuba.
Okay. Can I give you a platform, Mayor Yasmina Patel?
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to the chairperson, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members of DCDT, members of PCC, chairperson of board, deputy chairperson of board, and fellow colleagues on board. As chair of Audit and Risk, I believe it is essential that I speak on the financial health, or should I say, the poor financial health of SABC. There were members that raised findings that were indicated by the AG in the AG report, and quite a few findings related to IFWE, etc. But there's also, besides the assurance, the AG also provides an independent opinion on the financial health of the SABC. If you look at the AG report for the financial period ending 31 March 2020, which was presented yesterday, they drew attention to the note on going concern, which states that the SABC incurred a net loss of 511 million and has a negative cash flow from operations of 1.2 billion. The financial condition indicates that a material uncertainty exists that may cast significant doubt on the public entity's ability to continue as a going concern. Now, the ability to continue as a going concern becomes a challenge when operational expenditure exceeds revenue. The PSMA requires that the SABC or entities generate sufficient financial resources from operations to meet its obligations. We have a responsibility to generate revenue to fund operations so that we do not become, dependent, and should be self-sustained and definitely become not dependent on financial support from government and call back to the government. Since March 2020, there has been a significant drop in advertising revenue. This is due to the pandemic of the economy and the economy. This affects the funding of the operations of the SABC and the ability for us to meet our expenses, 42% of which is committed to compensation costs. To give you an idea, advertised revenue is below budget by 468 million in Q2 of the 2020-2021 financial year. That is the current financial year. This is 192 million below the same period in 2019-2020, which is the previous financial year. So you can see that we are struggling to generate revenue. This therefore means that we need to even look at further containment of costs. Now, if we, as audit and risk, we were continuously briefed by management on cost containment measures and initiatives. And they have really exhausted means of containing costs. The fact is that the SABC is experiencing poor financial health, and this requires intense treatment, which we have applied as a board. Should we not consider all forms of cost containment measures, we will once again be in the spotlight for financial sustainability issues. Should we not contain costs and should we not take the route that we are taking, we are going to have to file for business rescue. We have a responsibility to restore public confidence and a responsibility to ensure that the SABC is there to serve for generations to come. This responsibility entails taking tough and not so popular decisions, like Section 189. As a member of the HRR committee, I would like to make it well aware that when TOM, which is the target operating model, was first served at HRR, members of HRR scrutinized that model and challenged management and sent it back to management to address. They did so. We further scrutinized the target operating model and checked whether all the inputs that were made by members of HRR were taken into consideration and factored into TOM. And thereafter, we recommended TOM for approval to the board. And this was only after we really applied our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. I can see Babu Ngoma to say the chair is back.
Yes, I'm back.
Thank you, Chair. We can take it over.
Yes, I'm back, Honorable Kubeka. As we said, after those two members that were left, we'll then give the order that the chair of the board indicated would respond. You would realize, honorable members, that we've taken time because of the seriousness of the matter. We would need to complete the speakers. Yes, Chair, you'll then indicate who comes first from those that you said would also respond. Board Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I had requested that Ian will come first, who's our COO, followed by Dr. Mujaki Mosia, who is GEHR. After him, it will be our CFO, Yolande van Billion, followed by Advocate Vanaga, and the CEO, Group CEO, will then close in that order. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members once again, to the Minister and Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, and the SABC Board. Chair, I'm just going to take it from the top. So, starting with Honorable Faku's comments, I think it's important to know that prior to the start of the 189 process, we were mandated by the board to engage with the unions to actually cancel the salary increases for this current financial year. The unions not only turned that down, but threatened legal action if SABC were to do something like that. We started the CCMA process. We had 16 sessions, over a 4-month period. It isn't just that we just woke up now to issue letters. The notice of a possible retrenchment was issued 5 months ago already. The CCMA never made a ruling against the SABC with regard to us continuing the retrenchments or not retrenchments. What the CCMA concluded was to say that all the parties failed to reach a consensus and that each reserves its rights. Now, from a union perspective, it's the right, obviously, to interdict the process. It's important to note that 4 months ago already, the unions threatened to interdict the process. If there was a case for them to do so, they would have done that long ago. That proves that the process was fair and that we engaged with them on a very meaningful way. 16 sessions over 4 months. So we've issued the letters to 400 employees starting last Friday. And that is not termination letters. It's just letters informing them that the position is redundant or there's a duplication of roles and they can contend for the 170 vacant positions or obviously any other position that becomes vacant if people take early retirement as well. It's important to know that there was a statement made that most of the profit is coming from the newsroom. It's actually not the case. News is an unfunded mandate. It's actually a loss-making entity that the cost for the SABC is about 800 million a year. Now, please note that this is a very critical mandate that the SABC takes very, very seriously. And we have all the intentions to maintain the very high standards that our news team has taken this business to. In terms of the comments around DTT, we shared this with the committee before, so I'm not quite sure why this raised that the SABC is not supporting the DTT strategy. The reverse is actually true because the SABC channels on the DTT platform is actually more than the channels we have on our linear platform. On our linear platform, we only have SABC 1, 2, and 3. On DTT, we have SABC 1, 2, 3, the education channel, and the sports channel. So it's additional channels that we have on the DTT platform. Now, due to the limitations of SABC being forced to remain on analog, and that's for no doings from ourselves, there's only 500,000 households that have been rolled out over the last 10 years. There's 4.5 million households that's on analog, that's not on DTT. That's outside of the mandate of the SABC to roll out that set of boxes. Now, in terms of the comment that was made that I made a comment in the previous meeting of the PCC that we are not going to engage with unions because they don't have 50+1%. That's not what I said. We have engaged with the unions actually before, and we had a very good relationship with the unions, and we will continue to have one after this process. What I said was, because there isn't 50+1, in the process of the 189, we had to also take into account people that are non-unionized members, and we made provision for them to be represented by people that they selected and chose as well. And that was a group of people that formed part of the 189 process from the very beginning. I'm going to leave the rest of my colleagues to answer, but just on the Eastern Cape province and the closure that was mentioned there and statements that there was going to be no retrenchments in there. So I need to stress that we are not closing the Port Elizabeth office. Umhlobo remains a very successful station for us. But like all the other radio stations, there are some duplicate roles and redundant roles in that radio station as in other radio stations as well. So there is no intent for the SABC to close Umhlobo or the offices in Port Elizabeth at all. In terms of Honourable Pambu's comments around openly announcing the executives of the board have failed by us starting a 189 process, I think the board members already mentioned this. I'm not going to go into detail, but this is actually an execution that we're doing from a GTAC recommendation as well as a National Treasury precondition. So I'm not going to go into much detail on that. On Honourable Kubeka's comment around Centec, and we really welcome that. We have a really very good relationship with Centec, and we will continue to have a relationship with Centec. We are attached to the hip, and we will remain that way going forward as well. I think it's just important to understand the size of the two organizations. Centec has about 300 employees. The SABC has 3,000 employees. Moreover, Centec, 70% of their revenue is from just 12 invoices from the SABC. So we actually financially supporting Centec. The DM has mentioned that she has facilitated the meeting between us, and we really do welcome that. Centec has asked us to resend the request to them for a 500 million rand reduction, and we have done that. They have indicated to us that they will get back to us by early next week. So we're hoping that that will be favorable, and that certainly will go a long way in securing future jobs within the SABC. In terms of my colleague Mary Papaya's comments, there's a couple there. So, you know, the comment was made around that I said we should switch to ENCA in the event of a blackout. Now, I said this in jest to the GE of news. The shocking part of it is that this wasn't in that open forum that I mentioned this, but this was in a closed meeting I had with her. So I'm really shocked that Mary has this information and would even raise it in a public forum as if it was true and valid. It was in jest. And in fact, the meeting that I had with the GE of news was to ensure that we do develop a robust plan to prevent a blackout situation. So when I engaged the news team, they actually mentioned to me that they have direct access to a certain board member to receive and share information. Obviously, they didn't share who that member was, but to the point of what Mary said in terms of the 189 split the board, I'm the newest board member, and I can honestly say that isn't the case, because from the time I joined this board, there's always been board leaks to Sunday World. So that is not necessarily what split the board, but there's always been a leak in the board. Now, the fact that we've been threatened within 48 hours that we would have a blackout, and I explained this to the board members already. I think it was yesterday. We've been so busy, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. No, it was yesterday. So in terms of that, we are talking about the news channel 404 that the news people have threatened the blackout, which is why I had the meeting with the GE of news to see how we can mitigate something like that. Now, for Mary to say that there isn't contingency plans in place, that's not true. We do have robust contingency plans in place. However, we were looking at the plans specifically around news and specifically around that threat. And on our contingency plans, which we actually shared with the department, by the way, some of the names on there would be people that might be affected, and we had to just double check that as well. But what we have realized with the incident that happened, the unfortunate incident that happened with the news yesterday, is that The executive and certainly the committee as well has done a sterling job in developing the editorial policy that we have, and certainly world class. But that editorial policy is to prevent executives from interfering with editorial matters, and it does it very successfully. The incident that we saw yesterday was the direct opposite, where the news team actually unlawfully captures the news platform. And we certainly need to have mitigating actions to prevent that from happening in the future. And we certainly will be putting that in place as well. Mary's comment about the collapsing of the provinces and KZN wouldn't want to report to Western Cape. I don't know where that comes from, because we had, as Jasmina mentioned, extensive sessions with the board and subcommittees as well around the target operating model. There was never, ever a talk or indication that that was even on the cards. The only provinces that are being combined is Northern Cape and Free State. And it's important to note that that has been in operations for more than a year. I'm just over a year in the organization, and when I got here, that was in place, and that is going to remain. Those are the only two regions that we are combining. Chair, I'm going to hand it back to you for the rest of my colleagues to come in. Thank you so much.
Chairperson is still there?
Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Mujaki.
I'm waiting for the next one to speak. Yes.
All right, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, proceed, please.
All right. Let me continue in the interest of time where my colleague has ended with regard to Section 189 process, and maybe just address the issue of the details from here and the process, and how the process is envisaged and what has been submitted to the board, and also address the issue of alternatives that were presented and alternatives which we have explored, and including the alternatives which we are open to consider in order to mitigate, to minimize, to avoid final retrenchment. There was a question of why are we not considering natural attrition? We have investigated, explored, looked at the numbers, and we can confirm that SABC turnover is just below 5%. If you analyze that 5% of turnover, majority of it is due to retirement. If you were to look deeper in terms of where do you get voluntary resignations, majority of those voluntary resignations are from the core critical functions, which means those are the positions which the organization intends to fill, wants to fill. Those are the positions that are required even in the new operating model and in the proposed structure. So natural attrition will not address the issue of redundancies, especially in support functions. It is also important to report that the average years of experience of SABC employee is just above 10 years, which means in some positions, it follows then that if we were to follow a natural attrition pattern, we will not be able to make a shift from the newly approved structure, which make sure that majority of positions or the ratio of total staff between support and the core, majority are the core. It means if we were to follow natural attrition, we will only realize that in at least minimum 8 years. What have we considered? We went into the payroll of SABC. If you use the previous financial year, 3.2 billion, we looked at the big 4 cost drivers. Number one is annual increase, given is the total cost of compensation, but the biggest contributor is the salary that we are earning, basic salary. There are 3 specific benefits which are third in line. The first one is annual leave. The total annual leave of SABC, the one that we regard as high, employees receive 35 days a year. We have put forward as an alternative to recoup some of the cost going forward so that we must save and reduce and minimize the number of people that are going to be affected. We have put forward to say, can we reduce the leave days to 28 days? 28 days per calendar year. If that is supported, because that is subject to union agreeing because it's a conditions of service, that will contribute significantly towards the minimization of the number of people that will be affected. The second one that we have put forward is currently SABC has 30 days sick leave per year, which are accumulative to 180 days, meaning 6 months. We have put on the table to say, let's reduce the sick leave and adopt the basic conditions of Basic Conditions of Employment Act and 36 days per 3-year cycle. And that is also subject to further engagement with labor. If labor comes to the party and agree, that will assist in reducing significantly the number of days. SABC still has a culture and a practice of what we call it leave encashment. The cost to that is also significant, is the 3rd highest after the basic salary. We propose that we discontinue the cash leave encashment practice. And then the biggest one, we have put on the table a salary freeze for the next 3 years and or until we break even. If all these 3 interventions are supported, we are absolutely confident that we will be able to reduce significantly the number of people that would be affected. And that's what has contributed to the element of 400 already, because we have factored the annual increase that the board will approve it. But the reduction of leave days and the encashment practice, they are subject to union agreeing to them because they are the current conditions of service. We cannot unilaterally change them. What we are saying is the journey has to begin, and the journey begins with the transition to the new organizational structure. There is no way we will be able to shift the ratio of staff from support to the core without migrating to the newly approved operational structures. It is for that reason, Chair, we have issued the letters of redundancies, which we have issued on the 11th. The intent is the communication. The intent is for people to know that in accordance with the approved final structure, the following positions are redundant, and there is a need that those that are affected, they must be applying for alternative positions. We have also issued the letters to indicate to staff which employees are occupying positions that we deemed surplus. Surplus means those positions which were existing, let's just say 10 in the new structure, there are 5. It means those 10 individuals has to apply for those 5 positions so that we get to know who are the individuals that are affected, meaning who are not placed. Step 2, that is very important, in order to mitigate, minimize, reduce the total number of employees who are going to be affected. Today, we have published the early retirement and the voluntary severance package to employees. As the GCO has indicated, just as a reminder, early retirement is a voluntary process, but we have encouraged people to explore, to consider it. And there are those individuals who are willing to consider voluntary severance package. It means their positions are not redundant. Yet, if they were to take voluntary severance package, they may create a space for those who do not want to take severance package, and it will minimize the number of people that will be affected. Step 4, which we intend to do to finalize, is to advertise the positions internally. Members of the committee may know, just before we issue Section 189 notice, we put moratorium on all positions, even those that were critical for the organization, those that we know that they will be required in the new structure. We have put those position moratorium on those vacancies. We would be advertising those vacancies, and we have 170 of those. If we just were to assume that employees that are affected will be successful into those positions, it will reduce the number to 230. We expect that we are going to receive application. If you think of 230 before we receive early retirement, before we receive those who opt for voluntary severance packages, surely even the 230, we expect that it will go down. What will then happen? We have made a commitment to the board that once we have finalized the placement deployment to the new structure, when we have done the matching and placing of the remaining candidate, which means those that will finally be in the pool of redundant, meaning they couldn't be successful in the 170 position, we will go back to the board and say, this final number, whatever the number would be, we have explored everything. And I'm inviting and I'm challenging every member who has creative ideas that we can add in addition to what we have already put on the table to organize labor, to say, let's consider the following. If there are some, we will welcome those. On the issue of skills audit, we have responded on this several times, but just in summary, the skills audit is valid and reliable. The methodology that was used is sound. I've heard so many times, some people say the union said, can the union prove what they are saying? Because they can't keep just alleging without proving. We will use the results of the skills audit to this pool of individuals who will not be placed. Because now what we need to do is to check which competencies do they have and where can we enhance, because we will know what they already have, and we will check the willingness and the desire to acquire what is missing, and then we will capacitate them. But that is subject to also them being willing and being able, in addition to whatever alternatives that are available. To some extent, I am optimistic that if all members can come to the party And I like what I heard in the news, and I hope they will live to the commitment. We didn't want to put to the board, we haven't, and I can put that we should cut the salaries. What we had in mind was, we want people to have 5 months to prepare. That in 1st of April, my annual leave days will be reduced, my sick leave will be reduced, I will not get a salary increase, notwithstanding that the medical aid will go up, cost of living will go up. It will give employees 5 months to prepare. I've heard members of the committee, they are saying, we need to balance more. I hear them saying we need to balance by reducing the number of people who will be affected. We are welcoming the inputs. But if you look at some of the structures and the vacancies, if more people can apply for early retirement, which I hope they would, as well as take voluntary severance package, we will be able to break even, and I'm using the number of people here, between redundancies. But that is subject to whether those employees that will be in the final pool have portable skills or capacity to take portable skills and new skills that are required to be moved in a new environment. Obviously, different dynamics will play there depending on the individual circumstance. We did not have the ruling on CCMA regarding the process. The CCMA, we have invited them from the beginning that they must facilitate the process. We have received, and I have them in writing, and I can share them with all members that are interested, a lot of submission. But there's only 2 things all these submissions are not dealing with. How do we address the issues of redundancies so that we reduce the total cost of compensation that is currently over 40% to a reasonable ratio, according to the target that is there? CFO can confirm that. It was above 600 million that we need to reduce by. The submissions, they did not address that issue. But if there are some proposals that honorable members and members of the board and different committees wants to share with us, we are amenable to consider. There is only one proviso when it comes to conditions of service. Stakeholders, organized labor, and employees, non-unionized members in this case, will have to agree to that because it's the conditions of service. We cannot unilaterally change those. We would have to consult, or otherwise we are going to have a dispute of right. It is for that reason, in our numbers, the only thing we can bank at this stage is the annual salary increase freeze for the next 3 years, because that we can guarantee, even though it comes at the risk of a possible strike. Should members of organized labor not agree to that, because it will still be a dispute of interest if they do not sign to it. Chair, I hope I have addressed the issues that were raised by members. So we expect, maybe the last one, Chair, with your permission, we expect that by the 31st of December, we would have finalized the deployment into the new structure. As the commitment we have made to the board, if we finish earlier, we will share with them the number that we seem to be stuck with or we cannot deploy or absorb. And by then we would take final direction from the board. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to continue with your permission. It will just be a few short notes. I wanted to just speak to some of the comments raised on the AG's report to yourselves, I think the day before yesterday. They spoke in the context of the portfolio in the department firstly. So when they referred to 99% relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it was in reference to the fact that 26 million of the 27 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the SABC is with respect to interest incurred when we were unable to settle our obligations in time in the first 6 months of the year. Following the same approach, their comments related to irregular expenditure. They reported that in the portfolio in total, it appears that there's a regular expenditure of 358 million. The SABC contributed 202 million to that. And yes, we do not want to report any irregular expenditure, but this was the status for last year. And when we come report to you on our annual report, I will certainly like to share much more detail on the topic with you. We have, however, no qualms that there are challenges in our supply chain environment, and there are numerous plans to address these. I just want to once again confirm that the bailout funding is not used for any legal fees. The report is scrutinized every single month for any item that might possibly have been included in the funding utilization of it that might relate to any form of legal fees. There are no legal fees being paid from the bailout report. The comments around financial health of the organization related to also what Ms. Patel spoke about earlier, the material uncertainty in our going concern. The completeness of our irregular expenditure report content is a concern for us and for the AG. The expectation is really to give you some context that we are able to verify 100% of the population of transactions performed in the organization for whether irregular expenditure was incurred or not. This means up to 10,000 transactions a month needs to be verified, investigated, and confirmed whether it is irregular or not. We have made tremendous strides in the course of the past financial year and in the new one, but it is quite a mammoth task, I'm sure you can imagine, to test every single transaction performed in an organization our size for irregular expenditure. And I just want to emphasize, irregular expenditure is when a process was not followed in terms of either a law or a policy in your organization. It does not mean that you did not get goods and services and value for that money that was spent. There were numerous comments around assurance that's provided or not by senior management, the accounting authority, etc. Maybe just to confirm, the AG indicated that there is effective leadership in the SABC, albeit that there is some concerns. It is a yellow in their world. They did report that our record keeping is a green. Our daily and monthly controls is a yellow, albeit that there's improvement. This is as a result of our inability to test the full population for irregular expenditure. They did indicate that we have regressed as far as a review and monitoring of compliance is concerned, again related to the supply chain challenges and the irregular expenditure. The SABC's risk management was indicated as a green and an improvement at that. Then with respect to effective leadership, we are indicated at the senior management level. It's an amber, but it has improved. The accounting authority is an amber, albeit it had regressed a little bit, and this also relates to irregular expenditure and consequence management. Our executive authority was indicated as an amber and remains mostly stagnant from the past year. Internal audit is a green, and the audit committee is a green. So I just wanted to confirm that information. And that would be it from me, Chairperson.
Good evening, Chair of the committee, the honorable committee members, to the honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Chair of the Board, the Deputy Chair of the Board, and the board members and colleagues. Let me start with the issue of legal costs. The The corporation provided a detailed report to the committee wherein it gave down the breakdown of the legal costs for the past 5 years, the matters that pertained to these legal costs and the amounts paid in respect of each matter. And this kind of a report serves before Group Exco, it serves before the Audit and Risk Committee, it eventually serves at board for purposes of oversight and accountability. What the report shows is that the issue of the high legal cost is a historical challenge, and that the organization has taken steps to reduce the cost. In the last financial year, as a result of the strategies implemented, we are beginning to show a trend that the strategy is yielding positive results, in that the curve is starting to turn for the better. Are we where we want to be? Certainly not, but there is hope that the strategies implemented are yielding positive results. The overall budget for legal is, as at last financial year, was at 0.4% of the total expenditure. What it tells you is that in the bigger scheme of things, in terms of the expenditure, the cost drivers, this can hardly be a factor to be attributable to the current financial challenges the organization is facing. However, having said that, it is cause for concern that has required the board to ask the leadership to bring down this cost. And as I say, the strategies being implemented are showing us that the curve has turned for the better. There is oversight, as I've indicated, and that the executives do not have a free ride to do as they please with the public funds, which is why we account as we do tonight. And these accountability measures are factored into when decisions are made, because we know that we are required to justify the decisions that we make. The last of the kind where the board wanted a report on this matter was as late as last week, Thursday. The second issue relates to a colleague, and I hope, Chair, that my response is understandable, because this colleague is an employee of the corporation, and that it is unfair in her absence or her legal representatives to get into the nitty-gritties of what transpired. The long and the short of it, there was a court ruling, and there was engagements between the parties, and those engagements resulted in a court order last week that has directed that the employee goes back to her original position in Bloemfontein. And to preserve the integrity of that process, I hope that the committee understands that we can't get into the nitty-gritties of this matter. However, the board has been thoroughly briefed on the matter, and what would have transpired leading up to Friday's events and the outcome thereof. in terms of transparency, oversight, and accountability. The last point that I want to talk to is the issue of the skills audit used as a criteria in a Section 189 process. We have in the past, myself and my colleague, Dr. Mujaki Musia, dealt with this aspect. The use of the skills audit as a criteria has been ruled as unfair and unlawful in a 189 process by the courts of laws. And the use of a skills audit tends to disadvantage employees when it's used as a criteria. And that is why my friend Dr. Musia would advise that the outcomes get to be used to develop or appoint people on developmental basis to positions where the skills audit would have identified gaps as areas of development, and candidates get to be appointed with areas of development into new positions. But to use a skills audit as a criteria has proven to be an unfair practice that prejudices colleagues who could potentially be appointed to positions with developmental plans in place. That is where I would leave it, Chair. The last point I just wanted to make is the point made by the CFO, which I confirm that the legal fees are not being paid out of the bailout funds. I thank you, Chair.
Next, please. The CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There's been a lot of points that have been raised in as far as the executives of the SABC operate. I just need to place it on record that as the executives, we act on the basis of approved board resolutions. We have not gone rogue. Whatever we implement is fully in line with what the board of the SABC has approved. The second point, Chair, that I would want to make is one of the honorable members asked for solutions. What is very clear, this process has been delayed for over 2 years. In fact, it should have taken place in 2009. For us to be able to run the SABC profitably and financially sustainably in order to fulfill the unfunded mandate, we do need to take tough decisions. And as the accounting officer who has been in a situation where from month on month, we have had to look to the industry to get the 260 per month salary bill for employees, that made us not to invest in content. We could not invest in marketing. Sometimes we could not even pay our electricity bills. I do think that decisive steps need to be made. If we were to withdraw this process, I think there needs to be a strong, concrete commitment that there would be a 1 billion per annum towards the unfunded mandate and the salaries that come with it. So I will leave it at that, Chair, and we are open for any engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We're done on our side.
Thank you, Board Chair and your team. May I just check if, as I said, I would leave the political leadership afterwards. May I just check if either the Deputy Minister or the Minister would want to make a comment at this point?
Chair, thank you very much. We have had the comments of honorable members, and I think the engagements and the platforms that we are creating to explore other alternatives of engaging with Centec, of looking at the regulatory reform, and of engaging with ICASA are attempts to assist the SABC to go to move out of this quagmire. And I think members should appreciate the fact that this engagement were initiated by ourselves, and it's our obligation to make sure that we assist the SABC to move from a situation where it is. And I can confirm that, Chair, even after those engagements, I gave the entities, including SABC, 14 days to come back to me to say how far have they gone. And because those meetings are not taking place, I'll still go and convene those meetings again to say, guys, where are we in terms of these things? Because if truly some of these things are urgent, there should be, it takes two to tango. I initiate on this side, and the SABC must also do its part, and all other entities must do the same. And I'm saying the commitment to do all these things and make sure that we assist in this regard, it's what we'll always stand for. So we're looking forward to engaging, and I'm glad the board is sitting. We will also be inviting the full board together with ICASA, SABC, and Centec somewhere next week, so that we can give feedback to each other to say, how far have we gone on some of the alternatives that needs to be explored. Thank you.
Just check if Minister, there's a point you wanted to.
Yes, Chairperson. And thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you to all honorable members who made contributions in relation to this important matter. Of course, thanking the board of directors of SABC, its management, and the departmental team as led by the ADG. Chairperson, indeed, it's been a long day. And as DM has said, we have had what SABC has presented. We have had what members of parliament are saying. We had made a request, as we had explained to the Portfolio Committee, as the chairperson of the board then did give us a report that they'll be meeting tomorrow. So from my side is to say we will await, therefore, their outcomes of the meeting based on the request that was made. And it is only then that we'll be able to say this is what we are doing. And this is to add to the efforts that the DM spoke about and that request that I had made to the Portfolio Committee itself, that this is a matter that requires all of us not to be personal and emotional about it, but have an appreciation that we all have the interest of serving that matters most, the public that we are all mandated to serve in our different portfolios. And therefore the challenges that are faced by SABC are not only challenges for SABC. That is why there will be a shareholder, that's why there will be parliament that must at all times when need arise be able to provide a direction in the interest of ensuring that the people of South Africa receive the best that they're supposed to receive. And of course, Chairperson, I'm speaking just to echo what was said earlier in terms of our commitment and resolve in ensuring that we minimize in whatever way job losses. And I did mention earlier that it's not only a matter that because it's at SABC, we think the state is not affected, because when they go home, when they can no longer afford rentals, fees, medical aid, they become again the burden of the state, which is why I think it was Mr. Vanora, when he made reference to the skills audit, he spoke of it disadvantaging employees. And that was never the reason why we said it's important that it be put a condition, but the skills audit is meant to understand the capability of the organization, not linked to say promote this person or whatever, but the capability to say I can build from this, because the know-how that is here without the certification at times, because we're talking about people that who have been with SABC for long and therefore may have acquired other expertise that is relevant to what the SABC wants to do as the broadcaster of the future that we all talk about. So the skills audit shouldn't at any time be mistaken that we're talking about qualification verifications. We're not looking at those, but the capability of the entire organization. The reason we put this, as I said, Chairperson, once more, is to ensure that as we try to say we're looking at investing in terms of preparing for the digital migration that is going to add other channels at SABC, what kind of skills do we envisage as we talk about these OTT platforms that we're getting into? What kind of skills do we need? And the capabilities that we already have internally, do they promise that they can take us there, or we can build from them, or we really have to make sure that we lay off 3 years, 2 years with a clear plan to say in the next 3 years in our plan, we know that we're going to be adding channel mang, and therefore we're going to require these skills. And therefore that at least makes things easier to engage, but also knowing very well that you're not going to start fresh people who do not have the background of the work that is being done, but you're building on something that is already there. And the digital migration, I feel the DGT that we're talking about is not only looking at the subsidized market. There's 9 million more households which are an unsubsidized market. That is an opportunity again to SABC. And once we do that, when we have migrated, of course, this is not your challenge. It is the USASA challenge and the department's in terms of the delay, but it doesn't take away the opportunity that it presents to SABC to say once this process is finalized, even kickstarted, these are the choices that are going to be introduced. And therefore the 9 million that can be migrated as we speak, when we drive the message robustly, is that the audience that SABC can build on. And definitely because people do not have money for pay TV, they'll be able, as long as we've invested in relevant content, they'll be able and willing to come and watch our channels at SABC. These are the alternatives that we're talking about to say it's not like we're just looking at now the crisis now. Yes, we have a crisis now, but our crisis should feed into our investment plan and business plan as we move forward to say, yes, we want a capable SABC that must be competitive and everything, but it doesn't take away that we have a growth plan to say we're going digital, we're going this and that, and therefore these are the expansion programs that we have, and we feed into that, looking at the existing personnel where we can build from. I just wanted to talk to those, Chair, and of course thank yourself and the honourable members for affording ourselves and the SABC to come and make a presentation to yourself. We will, as Deputy Minister has said, we will come back and provide feedback on the engagements and the outcomes of the engagements that we would have had. And that is what will inform, therefore, whatever recommendation then or action that we can take from our side. And that we will do, of course, having reported to yourselves. I did mention earlier that we are also engaging from the departmental side with the Department of Employment and Labor, as the matter is not only a Department of Communications and Digital Technologies only, but it also requires other stakeholders. As I said, it is a government priority to protect and save jobs, and therefore exploring all avenues is what requires different heads to come together and share experiences and propose some changes that we can make here and there, which is why we are appealing for flexibility, because what's important is to say, how do we deal with the challenges that we're faced with? Not to be saying this, we are resolute on this. This is this way, no other way. That's what we are advising as the shareholder, Chairperson. Once more, thank you for the opportunity, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the hands that are up. I take it that they were raised before. I know it's 12 midnight. It's possible that we may also be tired, but I think we did a good job by listening to everybody.
Yes.
But at some point we must give direction, because it's not like members have said nothing. We know what to say, and we need to summarize. But I do see Honorable Van Dam's hand up, Honorable Kubeka's hand up before we summarize the meeting. Or were they raised before? That's what I wanted. I do not hear you, Honorable Mlala.
I'm saying I'm also raising my hand.
Okay, I see Honorable Klego, Honorable Mlala.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me hear why you raise the hand before we summarize.
Chair, so as much as torturous this meeting was for me, because we once again discussed the same issues, and the next meeting we have, it's the same issues. It has been beneficial, one, to hear a more calmer, collaborative tone from the Deputy Minister and indeed the Minister. Of course, like I said, I'm not going to praise a fish for swimming. That should be the standard. And even out of this meeting, it needs to happen. And as insightful as it was to hear from all the board members, can that please never happen again? We did not appoint a minority and a majority board. We appointed a board, and that spokesperson for the board is a chairperson. While I understand from time to time from some meetings, other board members with other competencies will have to come, but can we not ever again have a situation like this? Because they must sort the issues out and then come here. It felt like we were sitting in a board meeting where we were sorting the problems out. And I don't really think that's our role. They must sort their own issues out. They are adults. And I want to make this very important point to the minority faction. They've made themselves a faction. That if there is an issue, and in fact, this was a point we made to all these board members when they were appointed. If there is an issue, write to the appointing authority, which is us, and say, hey, honorable members, here's a problem. We've tried, but we feel very strongly about it. Please deal with it. Don't go on TV. And it is correct. You breached, and I can read them out to the board member who thinks I'm just a puppet of a board member who feeds me information, like I haven't served in this committee for 5 years and know the laws. She has indeed breached the PFMA. She's breached the SABC charter, and that will be taken up. But I would plead for going forward that if you lose a debate, at least that's what happens. I'll use the political space because that's the one I have experience with. In the political space, you'll go into a debate and you will lose that debate, and you will lose it gracefully, knowing that you're out there to represent an organization, and you do not go out and dissent in public. There, of course, will be instances where you must perhaps have a democratic duty to do so, but not after you follow the correct channel. And the correct channel is to go through us. And if you get no joy from us, and you feel like Parliament is just not doing anything, they don't care, then at your own risk, of course, because there are laws guarding against this and you must take that risk. you will be violating your fiduciary duties. So next meeting, I am not terribly interested in any excuses about, oh, that one doesn't want to work with me from the ministry. Get over it, just work together. And from the board, please don't think this is a precedent now where we'll be hearing from two different minority and the majority faction, and your views carry equal weight. Your opinion matters, but your views do not carry equal weight. Because if you're saying you're a Democrat, you must also support democratic outcomes, and go out there and defend the institution that you say you have given a lot of. And I don't think you're alone in that. I think Honorable Minister has been on this portfolio committee before. We have given a lot. Even this committee, and I don't think I'm wrong on speaking on behalf of this committee, we have been patient. We have given ample opportunity. We've listened to everyone. We have not gone in an outright attacking manner. I think sometimes maybe the members that come to this committee forget how rough Parliament can be. I think maybe they can remember from the interviews, and they must just go back to that and remember that that's the situation you can find yourself in. So next time you come with solutions. Auntie, there's no way to find that 700 million, right? Treasury is not going to have that money. So when you come back, have a presentation. I don't know if maybe we should actually just meet in person. Have a presentation saying, if we are not going to retrench, and obviously this applies to hardworking, deserving staff who do not deserve to lose their jobs, and I am completely empathetic to them. I feel their pain. During the SABC 8, it was us, it was me that was there with them. So, sorry, I'm so tired, I've lost my train of thought. So please work together, come back with a clear plan. It's been 2 years. There's no more time of we're going to amend this act and then this and that. Clear plan of how you're going to deal with this, because we can't have this again.
Thank you, Honorable Funda.
Thanks, Chair.
Is that Honorable Klego? Is the system throwing you out again before I give to Honorable Kubega?
I'm in,
Honorable
Chair.
Klego, can you
I'm
hear?
in, Chair.
Yes, Honorable
I am
Klego.
in, Chair.
Yes, you can proceed, and then I'll give to Honorable Kubega and summarize.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thank you very much. It's a good morning now. Chairperson,
yes. That's how hard work. Thanks to our
yes.
Yeah.
Chair, I appreciate the fact that in the meeting, we invited a full complement of the board. Though it is not nice, Chair, to hear different views from the same board of SABC, but it's good to hear that in the meeting where the decision was taken, there were different views. You see, Chair, we're looking for alternatives because as a committee, it is not in our interest that workers are being retrenched at SABC. I got the presentation by Mr. Musiwa. I wondered if that what he was presenting was put on the table with the unions. If yes, what was the response of the unions? I may not be given the answer today, but they are willing to go back and revisit their resolution. I get it from him, but my advice is, Chair, in whatever they decide on, they must take the shareholder into confidence. We understand their independence, but look where we are today. It means we are in an interested party. So we must have the interest of South Africans first. That's what I can say, Chair. But they must always take the shareholder into confidence in whatever they decide on, Chair. We are a multi-party committee here. They see that we are agreeing, we are moving to the same direction. The retrenchments are not in our interest as a committee now. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I also thank them for their presentation. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kubek, followed by Honorable Mlala.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think also Nomam Kweko Seibegi, but I was trying just to check to say we are asking on the side of the board to say, can they also give the shareholder the space as they have presented the shareholder to us right now? Because it shows that there are some solutions that I think we can come, let me say just like that, all of us, in order to avoid that issue of retrenchment. So can they just be as understandable to say we are giving even also on the side of the shareholder, and we are still repeating, we are not interfering, but we are intervening in order that we must find, all of us, one solution that can assist this entity. So I was just going to say that. And also maybe can I also say maybe for future on the side of the resolutions that they have taken, because it seems as if it was being taken, but hence we were listening on the side of the board. It's so unfortunate because there is the minority and majority, but there is not that, Chair. I think even us, they can see you are a chair of multi-party as Omamkweko Arch, but you are giving us, all of us, Chair, the space to raise issues and matters. There are not, you are not doing the issue of maybe sidelining others. Let all the members be given the space to engage and to debate, finally to have one voice and one conclusion of the side of the committee. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. I see that there are still two other hands after Honorable Mulala, which is Honorable Machozi, followed by Honorable Faku. Honorable Mulala, proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mine is very short. I think I agree that you are just hitting the stone and there's no water that is coming out. My sense is that we're just repeating our resolutions, and the SABC board is just repeating their resolution. I don't see any movement. I can hear people are saying, no, must go back and look and so on. The reality is what SABC has presented is that they don't agree with our view. Their view is that they are proceeding with 189. I think we must be open and frank and stop dilly-dallying. It's very clear. Now, my message to the SABC is simple. Go back and look at alternatives. If you're refusing, you must say so now, that now you no longer have alternatives. The matter is closed, that we are proceeding so that we know from where we're sitting. That's the first thing. The second thing is that all the responses that you're giving us are responses that you gave in the last meeting, but are not direct responses. I don't want to waste any time, Chairperson. I can just give one example. In the auditor's report, it says the executives does not have the consequence management. It's the Auditor General's report. But the legal honorable advocate Vanara says no, they are doing well. So they're doing well, but not in line with what the AG is looking for. So let's not get there for now. But I think in principle, meeting for today, I must also echo my sentiments that as the committee, we should be happy when we see what is really happening inside the board. All along, we've been arguing that there's 2 people who are coming to the meeting, 2 people. When are we going to meet the board? And now today we have met the board. Actually, we know what is happening in the board. We are not encouraging that they must be divided, there must be minority and majority. But it's good, I like what Mechako said, it's good that we know, because we will know what the problem is going forward. And what problem has always been there. So for me, it's a good thing. Maybe when we sit alone as a committee, we'll reflect on that. But obviously, we'll encourage them to work together for the good of the SABC. But if we just keep them thinking that everything is winky-dally there, it's still not going to work for us. So it's good that we know. Maybe the last point, Chair, is that I think SABC look at other alternatives, and next time you come, show us that you've looked at these alternatives and you've consulted with the unions. These are the areas where unions don't agree, and then we'll take it from there. But I still believe, Chair, we need to meet as a committee and do not just about 139, and do an assessment of this engagement with SABC that has been happening for so many times. Where are we and how do we collectively intervene? Look at where we can intervene and how we can intervene. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Ndala. Honorable Machozi, followed by Honorable Faku. Make a summary.
Thank you, Chair. I think from all the presentations that we have received today, we have exhausted this matter. Whatever transpires after here, it will mean that we engaged, and unfortunately, it will only favor those who will be able to take the decision or make the decision. Because as much as it will be a not winky-dally or what with the employees, it's not a winky-dally as well with the state of the SABC at the current situation. As I had said before, Chair, that maybe the shareholder and the board must go back and say, what is it that we can do? Find a solution, because it doesn't necessarily say that when we comment and say take other alternatives, what are the other alternatives that we are providing? Are they factual? Are we able to see that the SABC will be able to function by itself, or what? So what I will say is that the shareholder and the SABC board must just go back, and because it's not the responsibility of the board only, the shareholder also must be responsible for the entity, and go back and say that what is it that we can do actually to make sure that we solve this solution. But I think we have exhausted all ways to find solutions and alternatives to this, and whatever decision is taken now, I will support it, and we move forward, because we are setting a precedence that each time there's a problem, whether it's SABC or any other entity that is in the communications, then we must then entertain all other things that will be coming to the committee. And I don't think it's fair to us, or maybe fair to the current leadership that will be at that time to have such. But that is all, Chairperson. if there's no alternative, then we'll deal with the situation as it comes. Thanks.
The Honorable Faku.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I agree that we have listened to the SABC, we have listened to the stakeholder, and I think this matter requires us to be calm and to be patient. And I think Honorable Majos is raising a point in her closing remark to say that it is not only the responsibility of the SABC, but also the stakeholder. I think Minister issued a statement to say that they are willing to engage with the SABC to look at all possible options that are there. DM has also raised the issue as the stakeholder, they want to meet with the SABC board. And I think that no matter what the SABC board decides to do, I think it's important for them, if their conviction is saying that it's retrenchment, give the stakeholder an opportunity to engage with yourself before you take decision. I think some of the board members have also raised their concern in terms of Section 189, which they are saying that they've heard what the stakeholder is saying, they've heard what the committee is saying, they've heard what Labour is saying. They would want to have a further engagement as board members, because some of the issues that Labour is raising are important. Some of the issues the board is raising is important. So I think it's important, Chair, that we come down and for the SABC board, really just to give the stakeholder an opportunity to engage them on the matter. And I also agree with Honorable Malalo when he says that I think as members of Parliament, we have listened to everyone. It's time that we have our own session as members of Parliament and engage on these matters. But I also want to re-emphasize on the points that the Minister has raised in terms of DTT. I've listened to the response from the SABC to say that it's not their responsibility, but as entities of government, they have a way of engaging. Just like the SABC is currently engaging with Centec in terms of the cost that Centec is offering them, they can engage with the we can explore. And I think these issues have been raised. But Chairperson, let us also apologize, especially to SABC workers, for the trauma they have experienced in these few past months. They must know that as the committee, we're very firm in terms of saying that retrenchment must be upheld until what the stakeholder is saying is exhausted. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Faku, as I said, that would have been the last person to speak, and the committee has indeed spoken. But I think we should also send a clear message so that there's no misinterpretation, that the committee indeed does acknowledge that the SABC is faced with challenges, and these would relate to reports that have been before Parliament, whether it's a public protector's report, whether it is the inquiry report, which revealed challenges of mismanagement. So, secondly, that the employees themselves, even in the past, would have also come forward to indicate the challenges that were in SABC, but they've stayed the course to keep the SABC going. And that should also help us in the decisions that get made. Those workers under difficult conditions. And of course, there will always be hope that as we put in the new executive, the new board, life can only be better. And unfortunately, we are faced with this financial situation that we are dealing with. I think it's important to make this point so that it doesn't come out as though we do not care that there were these challenges in the past and pretend that they are not there. We do appreciate this historical information, because from that we learn not to make the mistakes going forward. And these were the words also echoed by the Minister in the briefing during, because we're now on Thursday. Whatever they do, they make it, and that we cannot people to appear before avoided. But recognize that the shareholder, in this case of that, the shareholder plays a role. We know the strides made by the ministry at the time of helping the SABC with regard to the bailout for Treasury to be able to approve. And of course, working with Parliament, because we were all supporting each other in the interest of saving the public broadcaster. So that's very important because sometimes in the heat of a discussion, we may forget the important roles that we all play in ensuring that the SABC is repositioned. I think what comes out very clear is that all alternatives must be looked at, and that the discussions that have been going on, even between the entities, whether it is between Centec and Esment, with the ultimate aim of ensuring the sustainability of SABC. And I think that discussion takes into account what the Minister would have clarified around DTT, that whilst the focus may have been the subsidized market, because I think the responses were more to the subsidized market, there should be interest in taking that market off the unsubsidized market, and that the SABC has a role to play there in marketing this in such a way that people can come back to the national broadcaster and really see savings that they can make from not going the pay TV approach. So I think that's important in that discussion you are having with the other entities, and it is the shareholder that plays that role better, because these entities, all of them, report under the department. So I just thought it's important that we put this point. The other point, which is I think quite important, is that for the SABC to be able to resolve the challenges that they have, indeed you need a united leadership, and from inputs made, that unity is also about respect for each other in terms of the different skills that people bring on the table. And I think that would have been the reason the committee then would have appointed people looking at different skills and what needs to be done to assist the SABC. That where indeed there are alternatives, let's engage those alternatives and then come back to the committee. Of course, Honorable Mlala put it crudely. If you are divided, you are likely to divide the executive up to the lower level staff, and then there will be confusion in what happens in the institution going forward. So it's going to be important that the commitment you've made, as I said, Honorable Van Dam, I didn't know factions, I only new board members who are raising hands, that they can go back and really commit to what they have said, that they would look at alternatives. And this is on its own recognition from the committee that we cannot do the work of the board, and that's why the board has been appointed. We cannot do the work of the executive management, but we can support that. Please do things accordingly and save the SABC also from the embarrassment that we would have seen. With whatever difficulties that were there in the past, we would have not had a threat of a blackout from the national broadcaster. I think we should take this quite seriously, that the material conditions change from time to time. And even in the implementation of the law, I think the committee is not saying do things that are illegal, but an understanding of the spirit and intent of the law as very key. That is not just a straight line. You also take into account the conditions that prevail, so that as you apply it, you should still have something that would say everything else was done. We've gone even an extra mile to just ensure that we reach a solution. I've said all these points in order for us to understand why the committee is saying to you, go back, have meaningful engagements, to a point that when you come back to us, we must indeed find that the board played its role. The stakeholders, which includes the employees, whether represented by the unions or non-organized staff, that we are all trying to find a solution. And the committee makes it clear that solution is a balance of saving the jobs, but as well as ensuring that the SABC is sustainable as a national broadcaster. And this would also mean, honorable members, some of the issues raised about making information available. It's something that you need to cooperate on as shareholder and the board. And the example here relates to what is referred to as unfunded mandate or underfunded public mandate. I heard the minister well in the morning on Wednesday, that sometimes it's difficult to say how you are going to knock in the different doors that you need to knock. If you do not know the information as to what really does it cost to run this type of service, what is it that we appropriate, and what else needs to be done to ensure that if government takes a decision that that is a public mandate, how do you fund it then in order for the broadcaster to be sustained? So I think that's really the point we would want to live with, that the committee position has not changed. We can't proceed on one hand with letters that says we are now on a retrenchment, whilst on the other side you are negotiating alternatives. Because as we continue to do that, like we warned before, it creates anxiety, which leads to instability in the institution. And by the time you come back to say, necessarily we do not see the need to retrench, you may also lose very key staff that has kept the institution going. So I think in your consideration in the board meeting, please do take this into account. Because I know people are going towards Christmas, and these are family men and women. And if the future is not certain, I don't know whether to report for work tomorrow or I should be starting to apply elsewhere. It creates that problem. And I think if leadership can just take its role of biting the bullet and say, we are allowing a situation where we engage meaningfully and that we can put the other processes out of the way. And if there will be a need to revisit that point, at least it must be on the basis that all solutions have been exhausted and that retrenchment is now the last resort because this and that can be done, and everything else that we thought could be an alternative would have been looked at. We're raising this especially when there are board members who say there would have been other alternatives which we may not be aware of, that it's still an opportunity to still examine those without majority, minority, but maybe value the contributions that are on the table. And I think that should be the message we communicate leaving the meeting. No interference, recognition of the different roles, the independence of the board to convene its meetings. And we appreciate that after meeting the minister, even though you would have decided that you will have your meetings next year, that you see this as an emergency and board decisions can only be looked at by the board itself. We put our trust in yourselves that when we come back again, and of course we do not want to rush a meeting and say after the board you are convening a portfolio committee to listen to you. We want to give you time to engage meaningfully and come back to the committee, as other members would have said, and say these are the solutions we found, and this is how far we can go on this matter. So would I think go along those lines. Maybe the last point, indeed, the matter of the committee meeting alone, we had agreed on that, having done the consultations also on the commercial aspects of the SABC, that the committee itself would need to have a reflection and make up its mind in terms of what it takes forward with regard to the repositioning of the SABC, which in our view is not limited to us discussing Section 189, but broader interventions that we need to look at, including the role of Parliament, especially as it relates to legislative, as well as the department from a policy point of view. That we should be able to take those forward as a committee. With that, honorable members, unless there's something that is said not to be clear, Minister, you would indicate, but this is the summary I wanted to put before the committee in the 2 days sort of discussion of one matter. That's what I'm putting forward. Can we close it at that point?
Yeah,
so if we agree, that's fine. The meeting stays adjourned until we see you next time. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I can see DM Leo.
What DM?
Bye.
Bye.
So I can see the DM is finished.
DM.
What's up, Danny? DM. What's up, Danny?
Thank you.
Bye.